isn't it?
Yeah, look at that pop. Hey?
Let's start with the sparklings, eh?
Woohoo! How's that sound, right? This is the sound of joy and happiness. So happy Sunday, everyone. Carl's Wine Club member across the country. Canadian wine lovers, you know what we're doing today? We are going absolutely crazy on rosés. Mira Boucher, how are you doing today?
Great. And I'm so excited to taste all these rosés. We thought there'd be like over 40 for sure. And then this morning we were counting over 50. And now I just counted around 60 rosés to taste live with you guys. So I think what this means is, yeah, you got to get a glass of Canadian rosé or just any rosé and sit for a while and relax because it's
Yeah.
Sunday.
You know what? I will rephrase that, Mira. I would say instead of any rosé, any Canadian wines, I think it's even more appropriate than any rosé. Any Canadian wine. So, yeah.
Yeah, any
Wow.
Canadian
Oh, it's been what? At least a
wine.
month?
Canadian rosé.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We want to know if you're in, where are you tuning from? What do you have in your glass? What are you planning to open today? Boom, another one. And yeah, because we're very excited. It's the start of our Rosé marathon, the Rosé report here with Carl's Wine Club. The first ever, well, our first marathon of our second marathon of rosé, but our first report. So pretty cool, really excited. So I have some sparkling here open. Yes, Mira, I thought you were saying stop or something.
Oh no, I was gonna say the first time that we're gonna put it into a report. So
Exactly.
Let's explain what that means. That means this part is the live portion. We're gonna taste a whole bunch of wines. Most of them Carl has not tasted, right, Carl?
Most of them, 90% of them, I have not tasted. 90% of it. So I don't know if it's worth it, but no, not this side. Maybe here.
Lovely.
So lovely rosé. Now here you have Riverstone, Tender Hope, Fred's Wine, Bellaterra, 13th Street, Valley Common, and also Vineland Estate. So all sparkling rosés. I have a couple of traditional method, also a bunch of Charmat method. So all in front of me. That's how we are going to start. So before we start, should I talk about a little bit about the process? A little bit about
yes, and like how we're gonna do it, because we were like, are we gonna do like by region, by province, by what? There's so many, right? So
there's a lot of things that to take in consideration when you build a full thing like that. And you know what? We could have gone by region. We could have gone by, like, let's say Ontario together and BC together. But first and foremost, I wanted to start with all of the sparkling together. Why? Because they're bright acid and it's a good palate cleanser for the very, very beginning. So I wanted to put all of the sparklings together at the very beginning. After that, you know what? My thought about that was to taste it by varietals. So it doesn't matter if it's from Ontario, if it's from Nova Scotia or BC. We're going to taste all of the Cabernet Franc together, all of the Pinot Noir together, all of the blends together. And after that, when we'll do the report, I think we're going to classify them by scores. So that's a little bit. So every wine that I'm going to taste today that I haven't tasted yet, so 90% of these 60 wines, we're going to rate them, okay? We're going to rate them, taste them, and we're going to talk a little bit about the winery, about the process, because there's different ways to make rosés, right? So there's that very classic French method who's called the saignée method. Or the saignée method is when you bleed. Saignée is the French word for bleed. When you bleed the barrel, if you make a wine if you make a wine, a wine for a red wine purpose, and you just extract the first little part of the barrel or the tank at the very early stage of it, that makes a bleed rosé, a singing method rosé. Traditionally a little bit darker, a little bit more full body, much more closer to the real grape varietal taste profile. So that's the singing method. But there's also the one that we really like, the one that is really, really sought after. It's the press method. When you press the grape and you collect the very first juice of it, and you leave it on the skin contact for a very short period of time. That can be from a couple of hours all the way to a couple of days, depending on which color you want to have, because it's one of the parts, right? When you do rosé, it's all about flavors, aromas, but also color. Color is such a big part of the rosés. So the press method is the one a little bit more like the Provençal method, like the rose. Oh, look at that, eh? Look at these beauties here from 2022 on the right, all the way back to 2013 on the left. I believe that all of the Daniel's wines, rosés, were press method, but with different time in skin contact and different time in oak barrel, and also different aging process. So longer, I think that longer that it's been aging in bottle, the color has evolved as well. So there's a lot of factor in there. But
I was just
yeah,
thinking how pretty the colors are. That's all.
yeah, exactly, right, exactly. I'm just here. I would like to show you. Oops. All right, how pretty my colors are here. So yes, very, very, very pretty. Very pretty. So I'm gonna stop moving that from now on because I am just
Yeah,
messing. I'm just. Oh shoot.
yeah,
Yeah.
uh, yeah.
I sorry. Oh man, I messed it up. Oh, okay. Kind of
Okay.
funny.
Well, we can still hear you. We can't see you anymore,
Yeah, I
though.
know. I know. The camera stopped. I don't know what I did
Okay. Well,
here.
I'll
So
come down
yeah,
and see you.
I can definitely guarantee that I'm not gonna touch the camera ever again. Okay. Because you spend a great deal of time to organize the whole thing, and I'm just fucking it up. So yeah, yeah. Okay. So no more touching the camera, Carol. Just taste the wines and rate the wines. That's why you're paid for, right? That's what we're saying.
I
Sorry
think
about
that's
that. Sorry about that. So yeah, so that's a little bit about rosés, right? So different method, different purpose. But I know that one thing's for sure: its purpose of rosé. Too many people are saying that rosés is just a wine to be drank for a hot day. It's a summer wine. No, that's true. First, this is not that it's not true. It is totally true because who doesn't like a good glass of dry rosé during a hot, warm summer day? I think we all do. But there's also like the rosé are so versatile with food. Rosés are it's good to age in some cases. Rosés are great with Christmas dinner. Rosés, well made, built for the dinner table, are so versatile and so food friendly that I like to say that now rosés as I think that the reasons of choice why people are buying rosés have shifted from exclusively a hot summer day drink than a all year round amazing wines, or some has tremendous complexity and great aging potential. So we have evolved so much into our rosé in the rosy history in terms of our Canadian progression, and now we are much more into the middle age of our rosy history. So it's really really cool to be. We're going to taste so many different styles here today.
nice. I think Daryl's chosen his wine for the next little while. The 2022 De Silva Corda Rosa.
There
Very
you go.
exciting.
Well, we have one in here to taste again today for a second time.
Awesome. So we're starting with bubbles because
We
bubbles are a great way to open up your palate, right? And I am so excited. So can I come down there and get my?
You come downstairs. I'm gonna
You
get
start.
you. I have 2, 4, 6, 7 rosés open here.
Okay.
So
So
yeah,
start
you
telling me
come
about
down
the
here,
bubbles.
and I'm gonna talk about grading system. Okay, about my ratings. So people who are just tuning in and have never been part of our marathon or the great, like they never heard about how I rate the wines. So we're gonna review that a little bit so everyone understand what's the scores mean, and we'll start tasting. How about that?
Sounds great. See you in a minute.
Perfect. Okay, I'll see you in a minute. So yeah, there you go. So the rating system. So the baseline for me, it starts at 88 points in the sense that 88 points is a wine that it's worth its price point. Like it no. Yeah, let's start all over again. 88 point, it's where a wine just hit its price point, but there's nothing special about it. So for me, 88 point is a good wine. That's what I consider good or fair. So fair in the sense that, yeah, if it's $22, I taste, I'm happy with what I get, but nothing more. There's nothing special. And it's not necessarily a wine that I'm gonna look for in the future. Or if I host people at home and I'm looking for something a little bit more special, that's definitely not the wine that I will pick. And this probably not a wine that I will look to buy again. So that's my 88 point. Below 88, because I'm not in the business. We are not in the business in getting in people's way. We're not in the business in crashing and trashing people's hard work. Below 88, we rather to not taste it. We rather to not talk about it. I rather to not publish it. So to me, it's below my expectation. 87 points or less, I don't make a difference between 87 or 78 per se. To me, it's just a wine below my expectation. And that's a wine that I don't really want to talk about. 88 point, I enjoy it. It's okay. It's fair, but it's not necessarily a wine that I will look for in the future. 89 point, that's where it started to see value. It's a good wine. It meets its price point, and I find it interesting. So it's at a good wine, good plus. So now when it started to be some pretty interesting stuff and wines that I want to go out and buy and suggest and talk to people about, and wines who are meeting their price point, it's when we start at 90 points. 90 definitely meet his price point. It's definitely a wine with complexity. That's where you start to see that complexity. That's where you start to see there's more than just more of a refreshing sip of wine in there, right? So 90, that's where we're starting talking about serious result in serious value. Now you go to the progression, right? 90, 90 plus. Because when I use the plus, well, that's mean that you get closer to the next number than what you are, than the number that we're talking about. So at 90 plus, that's mean that I think that wine, it's a little closer to 91 than it is to 90. So there's a good difference there. We get to 91, definitely, absolutely. Meet this price point big time. It's a wine with complexity. It's a wine it has potential to age. It's a wine that I will definitely go out of my way to recommend, to purchase, and also to talk about. So it's more than intriguing. It's more than just good and fair. It's a wine that we're talking about now. Really good. So 92 point, that's where we're starting to talk about excellent. An excellent wine, it's a wine that definitely the price point is not even in question anymore, because what's in my glass absolutely speak for itself. It's a wine with a great deal of complexity, and after that, like I mentioned, like the price point is completely like great value. So that's where we're at with 92. 93 points, that's where we're starting the rock star category. Now it is like beyond excellent. It's a wine that now it's like I said, like we'll start talking about a rock star wine. That's the wine that I want to put out when I host people. That's a wine that I want to put out of the cellar when I want to impress. So 93 points, it's the start of the absolute wow factor. Now we're talking about like maybe what, less than 10, yeah, definitely less than 10% of the wine that we are tasting on a yearly basis. Just to give you an order of how many wine we taste around 1,200 wines a year, all Canadian. So now it's below 10% of these wines are rock star level. And all the way up 94 points. I mean, at 94 points, this is an absolute gem. This is something that we don't come across very often. This is what the winery does the absolute best. It comes into excellent vintage. It's something that I see like probably like once a month. A 94 points, it's a once a month thing. So that's mean not a whole lot during the year. At 95, I had in 3 years, less than 25, probably less than 25, correct me wrong? Like, let's say at least less than 40, 95 or above points since we started in 2020. So that will say 2 to 3% of the wines get 95%, 95 points. I've never rated anything but above 98. There was only one wine. We got only like 5 wines above 96, or less than 10 wines above 96 since we have started. So this is the rarity. These are the wines that you don't come across often. When you see one, when you taste one, this is the holy shit, what is going on here? So that's a little bit about that, like the rating scales. I hope that helps everyone.
And now to the wine.
And now
Cheers.
to the wines.
So which one are we starting with?
So you know what? We're gonna start with here. Okay, I want to see here you guys are going to decide. Should I start with the Pinot Meunier Rosé? Should I start with the White Merlot? Should I start with the traditional method? Or, you know what? No. You know what? I'm deciding here. I'm starting with Fred Wines. This is
cool, yeah.
This is Fred Wine. This is the winemaker. This is the personal project of the winemaker at Bellaterra. One of my favorite guy in the whole business. Fred DeProfrio. So this is 2021, the first ever rosé that Fred made under his own label. And this is Fred Wine, Pinot Noir, Chardonnay, I believe. So yeah, I'm going to use this one here. So we're starting with Fred Wines, okay?
Beautiful. Okay.
Here, Fred Wine.
And what will be next? Because I'm not coming downstairs.
So next we're going to do the White Merlot. Do you want to give me... This is the box here. It's ready for you.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to do the White Merlot from Riverstone. I'm going to do Bellaterra with Vidal Malbec. We're going to do the traditional method, 13th Street, which is a blend of Pinot. Ooh.
That was bubbly.
Which is a blend of Pinot Noir and Chardonnay.
Three.
You have to have the Pinot Meunier.
Oh, I love that one.
From Vineland Estate. It was one of my absolute favorites.
I'm going to lose track of them, so yeah. I'll come back.
Okay, so here. So now I still have these two to taste. Okay, so this is my lineup to start 2 and 4 with Fred. Okay, there you go. So let's do this, you guys. I hope everyone is ready. Westcott Brilliant was rather good. Absolutely. I rated Westcott Brilliant, I think, but depending on the vintage, Daryl, I believe that I gave one of them was a 95 points, at least a 94 points. One was one of my favorite roses. Oops, sorry. Okay. So first, Mira, I'm going to do cheers with you. Okay,
The
cheers
rosé
with red
bubble,
wine.
it was phenomenal that one time last summer.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is the Fred.
This is the Fred, yes.
Oh,
I need a spit cup. Jeez.
you got the bushes right there.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, so Daryl, I know which one you mean. We had it at the winery last summer at Westcott, and it was spectacular. Carl gave it a very high point, and then it sold out faster than we would have loved to because, you know, we could have kept telling people about it, but then it was sold out. So we couldn't tell them about it. But yeah, Carl's just getting his spit cup. So
I'm here. There you go. I got two. Okay, so red wine. It's the Primrosa.
Primrose.
Okay, I like the nose. I really like the nose. Nice cherry on the nose.
I'm really loving this one. So last summer, when we were in Ontario, we met with Fred. He took us on a sailboat, and he popped out these cans of rosé sparkling.
Oh my God! Sorry to interrupt. This is a really, really, really. Wow, we're starting with a bang here. Holy jeezy moly! This is absolutely fantastic. Okay, now we're talking definitely 91 points here. What I want to do, because my palate is fairly I'm just starting, I want to taste the other one just to give me a sense of where we are all located here before giving a set points to start. So I just want to give my palate another sense of what we have.
Carol, we talked about this, right? We're not giving points necessarily to every single one on this show because a couple things. We don't like to publicize scores when they're under 88 points, right?
I totally mentioned the whole thing at the beginning when you were coming downstairs. I mentioned it. We're not in the business to trash people, to get in people's way. Everyone works really hard. We're not there for that. Below 88, that means it doesn't meet our expectation. Maybe the wine has a flaws or whatever it is. We're not going to talk about it. So, sorry I interrupted you. I didn't want to cut you off.
Sometimes
sorry.
Sometimes it's just the one bottle too, and tons of people love it, and it's just the one bottle is corked or whatever it is. So, so what do you have next there? So that Fred is spectacular. You're right. What I was saying is that last summer on his sailboat, he let us taste his first rosé, which he made in a can, very small little batch in a can, and he didn't have his name on it or anything. And it was spectacular too. Like, we were so excited about it. Now this one is the real deal. It's like,
yeah, you know what? I just went through the first four. So the Riverstone, White Merlot, the Bellaterra, Sparkling Rosé with the Vidal Blanc and Malbec, the traditional method 13th Street, the Vineland Estate, Pinot Meunier. Okay, the first four with also Fred. Okay, and I have to say, I believe that Fred is probably the top one, the top wine with the Vineland Pinot Meunier of these first five. I'm definitely, without a doubt, at 91 plus with the Fred, which is a Gamay. Okay, yeah. I want a Gamay here.
There's not a lot of the Gamay ones.
Eh?
There's not a lot of Gamay.
No, there's not a lot. I think I have 3 still Gamay.
And I think you have 2 sparkling Gamay.
No, I just have one.
Oh, just the one.
Yeah.
The Valley Commons, isn't the Valley Commons also Gamay?
Valley Common. Oh, you might be right. You might be right here. You might
I
be
have the
right.
spreadsheet right here.
You might be right. That's what. Okay. Yes, you're correct. So 2 of the gamay. So you know what? While I'm at that, so I'll do something though. So if I have 2 gamay, let's do the Valley Common as well, right side by side. Oh, delicious, delicious nose.
Mm. It's like strawberries, isn't it?
Yeah, the Valley Common has much more sweetness. But it's not it's not unpleasant though. Um, like a little bit more of the maraschino sherry. Yeah, a little bit higher on RS, but really, really, really fun to drink as well. I will definitely go ahead with the Fred at 91 plus, and the Valley Common. I will give it a 89 plus or even a 90. I like this one. I will do with a 90. Yeah,
So
the bubble with the Valley Common really burst out of the glass. Fred's bubble are much more stable and balanced.
Let me see.
Yeah. Okay. So big fan of the Fred Rosé. So let's get into the Riverstone here. Okay, Riverstone White Merlot. So pre-run juice of a Merlot. So just at the beginning of the press, just collecting the first. It's the first collection of the juice for that batch here. I like the bright acid. Yeah, bright acid. It's a little plummy. There's also I get a nice like a wet stone into that as well. So there's a nice minerality into it. I like the complexity of that wine. There's a slight bitterness at the end though, but it's still, yeah, I really like that minerality who comes up at the end. So it's a good wine. It's a really good wine actually. This is a 90 point in my book. No doubt about that. Yeah, I want that. There's a great versatility on that wine. Definitely. Something fun, a lot of things that you can do with that at a dinner table. Very well made. Small production. I sure do believe that there's not a ton of that made. And Riverstone really do a great Merlot. So the fruit there at Riverstone, fantastic, really clean, really pure, beautiful vineyard. So yeah, that white Merlot, I love that. Sorry, I'm gonna keep eating throughout because I want to keep
your palate without drying out.
without drying out in my stomach. I want to avoid that.
Yeah, one of the things with rosé we found. Okay, so we've done these marathons a few times. Rosé, Chardonnay, Sauvignon Blanc, Riesling, Merlot, Cab Sauv. Okay, we're doing a Pinot Noir, Daryl, very soon. And I don't know if I mentioned Chardonnay. And
Yeah.
you can taste rosés. You can taste 60 rosés. Okay. You can't taste 60 Cab Sauvs. You can't taste 60 Rieslings because your mouth will just like fall out of your face. Uh, there's too much acidity and tannins and stuff with those ones. But with rosé, you got to stay hydrated, and you got to, have a snack once in a while. So speaking of which, there's something interesting about rosé. It is so versatile. So if you get the super light kind of like Provence style rosé, right? That'll go paired well with certain things. And then when you get darker rosés, they pair better with like heavier foods. What do you think, Carl?
Oh, absolutely. You are 100% right. I mean, if you get to that Saignée Merlot, you can definitely go with the roast with that. Like that nice lamb roast that we had for Christmas. You remember?
Oh, that was all off the bone lamb.
Yeah. So this can absolutely go with that. Like it's no problem.
So that's why it's like crazy versatile. Like
amazing.
There's very few wines where you can say that. You can have this with like a brie cheese rosé, and you can also have it with a lamb roast. You can have it with everything.
89 plus for the Bellaterra. The Bellaterra non-vintage here, non-vintage sparkling rosé, NV Rosé Bellaterra at here at 89 plus. So definitely great price point here. We're looking at what, $25 including tax. So that meets the price point absolutely. There's the bright acid. And there's Vidal in there, 95% Vidal. So there's that little, I would say, little flower. Like there's a floweriness in there. There's that unusual type of fruit, and a little bit more like kind of resemble a little bit like the white Merlot in terms of there's a little bit of plum in there, a little bit of a gooseberry as well, match very well with that and brings a spark. So I think it's a fun wine. It's definitely a real fun wine. It's pretty fun. I would say this wine is around like the 10 gram of residual sugar. So that's nothing. Hey?
That's your guess.
That's my guess, around 10, I would say. The acid is right on par. There is a tad of sweetness, but it's still a dry dry sparkling. You get a little closer to the slightly off dry, but very, very well balanced. I really enjoy it. Yeah. So
beautiful. So as we were speaking of pairings, okay, especially with sparkling, we have a few things there. We've got prosciutto, we've got different kinds of salami, we've got different kinds of cheeses, and a bunch of fruits, right? Those are like the main things I would think of to pair with rosé if you're just hanging out Mete style.
Shrimps. I love shrimp with rosé. The shrimp cocktail. I really like that. Now I just started the 13th Street cuvée rosé. It's a blend of, I would say, like 60-40 Pinot Noir Chardonnay. This is the only.
Very close. So it's 54 Chardonnay, 46 Pinot Noir.
Okay. So right around that, right? That's the classic cuvée split usually, like between like around the 60-40, 55-45.
And this is what's always impressed me about Carl is he'll be like, yes, that smells like maybe 60 Chardonnay, 40 Pinot Noir. And I'm like, how do you know this? But it's true.
I really like that. Okay, so now we're talking, this is the traditional method, right? Now, what's that mean? Traditional method, it's the champagne method, the way that they've made traditionally the champagne in France, in that very region of Champagne where they made the sparkling wine famous in the 1800s. 1900, where during the war they made some like for kilometers long cave. They hid the wine under there. So really specialize in that method of creating the carbonation with the second fermentation in bottles. So with the addition of a small piece of yeast to create a second fermentation and adding a little drop of sugar. So boom, the second fermentation start in the bottle, put the cork back, put a cap on, and that's how you create that beautiful bubbly. Now, what's the difference is the lees are the dead yeast. When the yeast transfer into like the carbonation into the sugar, they fall off in the bottle and they create texture, they create complexity. So the lees brings an extra layer of complexity. So the traditional method usually are more complex, are longer. There's a little more to it than just the Charmat method, where the second fermentation is made in closed tank, and put in bottle. So this is the only traditional method here, and it definitely shows in terms of complexity. That's that difference of texture as well. So I truly enjoy this traditional method. It's quite dry. I would say probably less than 3 grams of residual sugar in there. Maybe slightly more. I would say maybe under 5. I can be 4.5. I wouldn't be surprised. But really round, really well made, round. There's that little yeasty part as well that create that extra complexity. The alcohol is completely unchecked, like at 12.5. I love rosés with not a high level of alcohol. 12.5 is right in my wheelhouse. Bright acid. So this is a winner to me. As the Fred is a little bit more approachable, this one is much more serious. Go ahead, Mira.
Can you show us the bottles? Because we don't have bottles. Can you show us the bottles? Yeah, so that's the 13th Street you were talking about.
Yeah.
The Fred is new, by the way. Like, is it on the market yet? I don't know.
I'm not sure how you go. Yeah, I think, yes, you can go on his website and get it, and it's shipped from Bellaterra. But yeah, definitely. I believe
for that, because no one's seen that.
Eh?
Show us
I didn't show it, eh? So this is Fred. So if you look at the logo here, if you know Fred DiProfrio, he looks like him. It's him. It's him from the profile. It's really freaking cool. When I saw that first, I was like, oh my God, he totally looks like him.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that's the Fred. Yeah. So the 13th Street. It's at 92 points. I rated that wine before. I don't remember how I rated it. But if I was not around that 92 points, I was totally on glue. But yeah, I really like it. The thing is, the difference between Fred and 13th Street is the complexity. There's definitely an extra layer of complexity in the acid. Absolutely pop. So I loved that. Big winner here in my book. And now another of my favorite that I tasted last year, it's the Charmat Method Vineland Estate Pinot Meunier. So there's not a ton of Pinot Meunier out there. Pinot Meunier is the third grape of Champagne. So back to that very famous wine region in France. So all of these very famous champagne like Krug and Moet and Dom Perignon and Ruinart, their cuvée It's a blend of Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and Pinot Meunier. Pinot Meunier, it's the third grape of Champagne. And this one here, Brian Schmid, owner at Vineland Estate on the Beamsville bench, has a block that you and me walk together in the Pinot Meunier block, and he does is not only a really rare red Pinot Meunier still wine, but also that beautiful rosé sparkling that I fell in love a year ago, and we have that one tonight again. So
Very
I like that earthiness on the nose. Nice, earthy, a little bit of mushroom, but also some peaches coming out, some light strawberries. The bubbles are a little bit bursting. The wine has definitely a little bit more of residual sugar in there. So you're probably around the 10 gram of residual sugar in that wine. Bring some roundness. It's not as zippy as the cuvee of 13th Street. The bubbles are not as balanced, but you have an extraordinary flavor profile. I love the mix of the peach and the cherry and the little extraction of blueberry as well. There might be a little bit of gooseberry who brings that nice little acid on the back end. This is an absolute beauty. I love that. It's different. This is really, really good. This is a 91 point. It would be good if you go check on our Vineland offer from last year and see what I gave that wine last year, because I'm fairly sure that I rated that wine before.
Let me tell you right now.
You know, that little extra sweetness, I really enjoy to bring that roundness.
Is it a Chardonnay? No, it's a Pinot Meunier, right?
That's the Pinot Meunier. The Chardonnay, that's the different Charmat that they're doing as well.
Yeah, so I mean, the Chardonnay you gave 91 points. The Pinot Meunier, I'm sure we tasted the sparkling.
Yeah, I did, and we featured that Pinot Meunier sparkling the first time around.
Oh,
and
okay.
The Chardonnay was with the second.
Right.
So yeah, okay. So here we have two wines in the 90, in the 89. We have Riverstone at 90, 91 plus with the Fred, 90 with the Valley Common. So these are all very, very, very good sparkling wine. I mean, there's no slouch in there, definitely. They're all very, very good. I would have been curious to have a little bit more of the sparkling to have a better sample size, because definitely the people that we have reached out to are also top producers, right? So that's what skews a little bit the result. Right? It's, yes, we have a lot of high score, but the wine that we have received are from top-notch producers, and yeah. So I'm impressed with the Valley Common to see what they've been able to do within a very short period of time. So yeah, I have also an extra here. It's the 2019 Tender Hope. It's always been a favorite of our club, so we'll see how it's been holding up here.
It's an older one, right? The other ones we've tasted are all 21, 22, non-vintage, 22.
2019 here that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no more of that. Like, there's no more in the market. Like, FE had 2 or 3 bottles at home. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Tender Hope program because he's just about to open his tasting room in West Kelowna. Finally, after all of these years, he's just finalizing the last couple details to be able to open his tasting room finally. So I have a soft spot for Effie Perel, such a hard worker. So I wanted to give him a little shout out here. So that's why I'm opening it. And it's usually when you talk about rosés, it's more of the black grapes, we call it, like the red grapes. Press lightly or bleed the tank, but this is the blend of it's a blended type of rosé. So he has blended some red wine with white wine to balance the color as a rosé. So there's Pinot Blanc, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and Merlot. So, but made in a Charmat method, but it's been, you know what? Sometimes I don't really care about how it's made and what it's made from. It's all about the last. It's all about It's all about the flavor. It's all about the flavors, right? And but the thing is now this wine won't hold a lot longer, so we can feel a tiny bit of the decline at the end. I remember when it just came out. We tasted that really early on. The freshness, this wine was absolutely fantastic. Now, I mean, it's still holding its ground, but there's a little bit of tiredness in there. So it's still at 89 point because the price point. Let's look at what's the price point in this one. Tender Hope at $25. I mean, it's still at 89 points. It's still a wine. Yeah, I would say like 88 plus, 89, but let's keep in mind it's a 2019. It's getting a little tired, and anyway, there's no more of it. It was once a really, really, really good sparkling wine. So there we go. So we're done with our sparkling, and now we're gonna refresh these glasses. Mira, do you have anything you would like to talk about while I'm putting out a few of our? I'm going to start with the Pinot Noir here.
You're doing the Pinot Noirs? Awesome. Yeah, Daryl's just saying the De Silva Cortorosa makes him smile, and that is awesome to hear. And I love that wine. You know, speaking of aging rosés.
I gave it a 92 points.
Yes, that's true.
One of my favorites.
One of the top in BC last year.
You know what, babe? Mira, I'm going to start with the 3 Gamay. How about that?
Good idea. Okay. So what I wanted to say about aging rosés, like obviously we're doing this rosé historical vertical at the end of this month on the 29th, where we're tasting 12 vintages of rosés, which is crazy. Because most people think you can't age rosé. But what I found with that Cortorosa, Daryl, like with the De Silva wines, as they age, like even over the summer, I remember last summer tasting it in the spring freshly bottled versus the fall. I found it got like creamier and more complex over time. So that's a really cool rosé. I love it. We've never been able to age it more than a year. So I don't know what it would do after that, but I do see a progression with that one. Like it gets better over the months. So that's cool. All right. So Gamay, we've got 3 of them. Haywire.
Yeah, we're not gonna do the Gamay because the Gamay were not in the cooler. So I need to go. I need to swap unless you want me to start and you come down. If you come down, I'm gonna start with a few Pinots.
Okay.
And you can make some swap.
Okay, I'll come down and bring you the Gamays. And guess what? Mike, the average wine enthusiast, has joined the green room. So pretty soon here, I think we want to bring him on. I don't know if he's ready to go or not, so I'll check in with him. But that's super exciting. We wanted to have some members on with us, and we wanted to have some winemakers on with us, and they're all coming by in the next couple of hours. So it's very exciting. Mike is going to join us virtually from Windsor, I believe, Ontario. And we've also got Clay Martin of BC Wine Review coming by later. He's one of our members. And even a little later, we've got Daniel Bonterin himself in the flesh coming to join Carl on the patio. as well as Rob Hammersley. So different winemakers.
You know why I love rosés so much? They're
Why?
almost all whiskey.
They're almost all at twist cap. There you go. So much easier when you've got so many of them. Problems when you have
Absolutely. And now I wish I can take I can show the bottle, but I'm not touching it anymore. But oh my God, there is a bunch of beauties here. So I am.
All right, well, let's bring Mike in because I just checked. He's good to go. And you know what? It's going to be a lot of fun to hear his take on some rosés. And then I'll get your cooler all stocked up with all the Gamay and the Pinot Noirs and everything. Sound good?
You're a rock star,
Right.
Mira. Let's bring it on.
So Mike, the Average Wine Enthusiast, if you're on YouTube, look up the Average Wine Enthusiast. He has an awesome show. Mike, great to see you.
Good to see you guys. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you absolutely perfectly, Mike. How's it going, my man?
It's going great. I'm watching Carl and Mira Boucher drink some rosé. It's how could it get any better than that?
Hey, thank you so much.
If I'm going to drink rosés, I have to be on the patio. So he's on the patio. That's where he is. Are you on a patio?
I'm not. No, I'm in my sunroom. I have
nice.
daylight shining on my face, but no, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that. The whole when do we drink rosé? I want to say that amongst the people who are in my wine circles, I would have to think I'm the guy who drinks more rosé than anybody that I know. And I think I got that from when I first visited Europe, and I noticed that in Provence, everybody's either drinking pastis or they're drinking rosé, and it wasn't like a phenomenon or anything. This is just the way it is, and it seems like it's been that way for ages or whatever, And of course, wine is such an integral part of these cultures, and for these people to be doing this, there must be something to this. I figure. Let me try this. I think it's a great idea to pop open a bottle of rosé, either maybe when you're thinking about dinner, planning dinner, or even cooking dinner, to sip on some rosé and get your palate ready for whatever you have in store for it, whether it's some ribs and a big juicy Merlot or something. The rosé really helps out in that regard, and so that's why I always have a bottle of rosé in my refrigerator, usually two. One's half full and the other one's ready to go. In fact, today I just finished a bottle of the 2022 Pinot Noir rosé from Clausen Chase, which I saw Kelly and or Greg drinking. That was very nice. So I finished that up, and I just opened up. Can we see this here? Yeah,
there you go. Hidden bench here. There you go. You're footy Ontario today, Mike. I love it.
Absolutely.
I love it.
And you know what? It has a cork in it.
I know there's not a whole lot. I think out of 60 bottles, I think I have, including the sparkling, obviously. I think I have, excluding the sparkling, I have only 2 or 3 with corks.
Right. So easy on you. Makes the show go by a little faster too. Either that or you gotta train your kids how to use the
I know, eh? Hey, okay. Well, we'll start. Thank you for this little intro here. I really love the reason, the why to have always a few bottles of rosé. And I'm so, you know what? Where it started with me is when I was a wine director in restaurant. Mm-hmm. Like the rosé market was just starting to open up here in Canada, and I started you start realizing that rosé can be as good as with appetizer, with the middle course. Sometimes you can have some big bowl of rosé. You throw a curveball to your client in the dining room, bringing a dark rosé with the main course, and sometimes there's sweeter rosé that you can bring with dessert. So there's so much. I'm with you. Sure. There's so much versatility with rosés, and I think Canadians are getting there. We are getting more and more sophisticated. We're getting more and more. It's more of our in our habit now, drinking habit, to drink rosé. So it's not anymore only that hot, warm day drink, right?
No, not at all. I would have to say if there's one wine that I drink more than any, red, white, or rosé, I drink more rosé than anything now that I've, I start drinking white wine. So there's more days that I drink rosé because I'm going to say I drink rosé almost every day unless I decide I'm not drinking any alcohol that day. But for the most part, I'm drinking rosé.
Which style of rosé are you more of a fan of? Is there any style or method that you prefer than any others?
I would say that I am prone to. I like to look at it as a reference, Carl. This is something you taste and then you put it up and you give it this space in your brain. I like this a lot. I'm going to put that thought there, and then you say, "Oh, I like this, but I don't really like it quite as much as the last one." So I'd have to say the Provence style is my favorite, just because it's so complex. It can be so complex, especially Grenache rosés, well, obviously, but that style lends itself to just being so flexible, I guess would be the word. Not putting your palate in a specific place. I think that's why I like Provence style rosés. When I'm looking, like, I always compare it to that. Like I say, it's a reference. I don't necessarily like these rosés any less. It's just that's what I compare it to. And yourself, what about you?
I'm with you, and you know what? I'm more. I'll go in a little different direction than you, in the sense that to me it's more about the method. I'm a big fan of press rosé, the press method versus the saignée method. I think the press method have a little bit more finesse. It feels like I can dig a little deeper in there, and it's a little bit more more intricacy into it. The saignée, sometimes I feel like if I drink a cold red wine, if it makes sense, right? So I'm a big fan of the saignée, but now it connects with the Provençal method, because almost 100% of the Provençal method, of the Provençal style, I mean, is a press method. So, it really connects with what you're saying. But yeah, I'm a big fan of the press. More and more, do you know what I'm liking the most? Like, I'm liking a lot lately. It's rosés with a little bit of barrel ferment. That's not with a little bit of barrel ferment in the blend. I'm really starting to enjoy the roundness, the extra layer of complexity of the barrel ferment in there. So yeah, and I think more and more of the winemaker are using that to differentiate a little bit what they're doing, right?
Absolutely.
So,
one of the rosés
yeah.
was what I was going to mention to you. I got a list of ones that kind of caught my attention this year, and there's one from 180 Estate, which used to be Fred's old winery.
Yeah.
It was called Fred's Estate or something like that. I forget what it was called, but and they use barrels for their Gamay rosé, which I found was very unique, and just like you say, it added another layer of complexity into a rosé that might not otherwise had it.
Yeah, totally. And you know what? Like Adnan Aysel at iCellar had one right now. I think with Cabernet Franc, I believe. So yeah, really, and Daniel Bonterin as well. Like with Daniel, it's great because like we're having a very special event coming up here at the Boucher bunker here in at the end of July. Daniel and Seven Direction, we're gonna have 12 different vintages of his single vineyard Pinot Noir. But at the very beginning, Daniel was using extensively the usage of oak barrel in his rosé. And this year, Tractor and Vines have a nice 25% of barrel ferment with the Tractor and Vines Pinot Noir rosé. So yeah. I mean, there's different ways to go about it. There's different style, different texture, but it's all about acidity, right? To me, if you want to produce a good rosé, it doesn't matter if it's sparkling, if it's still, if it's saignant, if it's pressed, it has to have bright acid. This
Bright
is the
acid,
key.
yes.
Key number one, point number one. If you don't get good acid, you don't make good rosé. Plain and simple, in my book.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense, right? That you need something to break up, whether it's just your saliva or the food you're eating or whatever. But you mentioned Daniel Bonson. I'm excited to see him on this show tonight because he is definitely one of the top rosé guys. When he offered up a whole bunch of his rosés, I definitely filled my rosé fridge with 7 Directions, both the Fruit Veil, which is made with Cabernet Franc, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
You are
And
100% correct.
and then the Tractor and Vines, of course, which is the Pinot variation of it. And he uses barrel for both of those.
And with Tractor, he doesn't use barrel for Fruit Veil. Fruit Veil
Okay.
only stainless steel.
All right.
Tractor partial barrel. So hey, I'm curious to see to know what you think of the Clausen Chase. I give it a 91 points in March when I tasted it. It was just coming out of the bottling line. I love the minerality. I love that little tartness, bitterness of the Clausen Chase. I think it was really it was unique in a sense.
Absolutely, it was. You can tell the minerality, and like you say, the acidity was definitely there, and you get those tart flavors in there as well. That really just adds to the whole thing, right? Through the acidity, through the fruitiness, and you get that. I want another sip of this right away.
And that lemon peel, right? That citrusy peel at the end, bring that little tartness at the very end. I quite enjoy that Clausen Chase personally. I became a huge fan of what they're doing. Oh my God, like Chardonnays and Pinots, and even their Pinot Gris from the KJ Watson vineyard. Man, that they make some good stuff out there. Okay,
absolutely.
I have here. I have Pinot Noir from. This is a brand new player here on the Naramata bench, Mike. This is Chain Reaction. Okay, they're 2022 vintage. I have Stoneboat from Oliver, the Pinot House, the 2022 as well. Another newcomer here. It's Cold Wine. So Shea Code now is it his 3rd vintage, I believe, and he does single clone, single varietal Pinot Noir. And we did with him a pack that in the fall of close to Christmas when he has 6 different Pinots, all single clone. And this is his rosé for this year. He has 3 different clone blended in his rosé. Wow. So I'm quite excited to taste that. He also has a Syrah rosé also that we're going to taste a little later. So another one from the Naramata bench, it's Howling Bluff. Luke, what's his last name? Smith, yeah, maybe. Luke Smith. So this week they just announced they're going completely off the grid. So they have completely eliminated all fossil fuel at the winery. The only thing that used fossil fuel, it's his truck. He just got his new tractor with 100% electric. Wow. And yeah. It's really, really interesting. So we have a Howling Bluff here, and I have one from
Peak Cellars.
Yeah, Peak Cellars. It's in Lake Country. That's what I was looking for. Lake Country. So all the way up to Kelowna. So we have wine here from the north part of the valley in Kelowna, all the way down to Oliver. Okay, so we go BC all the way across, all Pinot Noir. Okay, so I'm gonna start with Lake Country. Peak Cellar. Okay, here it's classic Pinot. One thing that I'm surprised though, a little heavy on alcohol. Even if the wines are really, really, really cold right now, they're crisp, just getting out of ice. I can feel the alcohol, but the flavors are really good though. So I like that. Before I give them score, did you see the color here at from Outing Bluff. How different it is. Pretty cool.
It's tough. You're for one thing, your background's a little blown out. You're just nothing but white behind you. So
okay,
yeah,
so
I don't know that you
just-
should touch the phone though. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. I can see the willow tree better.
Okay, yeah, we can't see the color very well, eh?
No, it's
Okay.
Tell us about it. Tell us about the color.
Definitely a little bit more sweetness on the Howling Bluff, a little bit more on cherry, maraschino cherry, than what you can feel sometime on strawberry, rhubarb. So I haven't found any of that leaner, brighter style in the first two. So I'm going to move on the code.
Now, this is something you have tasted this before, the code rosé.
First time ever. First time ever. And now that's what it is. You know, that rhubarb, a little bit of cranberry, that popping acidity, lip smacking. There's a little bit of minerality as well. I can feel a little zest of lime. So this is a little bit more like what I'm expecting in terms of a cold climate Pinot Noir rosé. That's exactly textbook here. So we have cold wine. And when I look at the alcohol level, we're at 12%, 12 on the dot, you know? So that's, personally, that's exactly, if you ask me to design, don't ask me to make one, but to design it, that's what I would go with, right? Low alcohol, bright lip smacking acidity, a little bit of tartness. I'm a sucker for acidity, for minerality. So this is exactly in my wheelhouse. Not saying that the other two are not good. That's not what I'm saying at all. These wines are great, have great profile. But yeah, how about now? What you? So tell me a little bit what you have in your glass.
Oh, the Locust Lane from Hidden Bench. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very good. Let me see. It's got strawberry notes to it. Not very good acidity, though, I have to admit. It's not biting through as much as I would like it to. It kind of just goes away. But it has a fruitier side to a little bit of rhubarb, maybe some citrus in it as well, but not much minerality or acidity. So I don't know. I wanted to pick up something I hadn't tried before, and I wanted it to be from Ontario, but sometimes we hit and miss.
That, you know, like I mean, how do you know, right? From vintage to vintage, Hidden Bench is one of the best producer in the whole country. I mean, you know, you never know, right? So how's the nose? Yeah. Is there a classic nose on that, on yours? Yeah. Or
yeah, classic nose. Yeah. But once you get it on your palate, you're waiting for some zinginess in your mid palate there. That's just goes right past it and says, "I'm done."
You know, I'm just looking at all of my five because I have 5 Pinots open here. Surprisingly, very surprisingly, I am looking at 3 of the 5 have a 13.5% alcohol volume. 3 out of 5 are 13.5. So to me, is it a representation of the vintage? They're all 2022 vintage. So I'm starting to see, okay, that's the point. I go, okay, is it a vintage typicity for the Okanagan? What happened there? Or is all a style that how the sweet spot is for Pinot Noir rosé in BC? But I was going to say
that all depends on when they're picking the grapes, and is it going to be a grape that they're going to be using the Saguenay method where they want to make some red wine out of this stuff, so but they gotta bleed off the rest of it, or is it wine that is specifically grown to make rosé?
I would say when I look at the color, definitely 4 out of the 5 are press. There's no bleed color in there. They're all really, really peachy color, right? So that doesn't lead me to bleed at all. If I have, let me check here if I have like some obvious bleed method. Maybe not. I have, but anyway, so like that, no, that's lead me to all to press. Maybe Howling Bluff has a little bit more of a bleed method style of color, but there's a little bit more sweetness. So in my first 5 Pinots, I'm definitely leaning towards cold wine as my top wine. Definitely. In second, I would go between Chain Reaction and Peak Cellar, who are a fairly similar style, with Chain Reaction maybe a little slightly drier. And number 4 and 5, I will go with Howling Bluff and Stoneboat. Stoneboat has a little too much RS. Like, it's too apparent to me. It's too candy for me. It's a good wine. It's a good wine. It's totally Pinot Noir. Peach, tropical fruit, strawberry, raspberry, but there's a little bit too much sweetness at the end, a little bit too much candy.
Are these Pinot Noir rosés that you have in front of you? Are these the only Pinot Noir rosés you're going to taste, or you have another lineup of Pinot?
I have another 6.
All right.
I have 6 more of the Pinot Noir. So
these are all BC wines in front of you right now.
All BC right now. So I have, and funny enough, all of my 15 Pinot Noir that I got, they're all from BC. None of the Ontario that I receive are Pinot Noir. I thought that Leaning Post was a Pinot Noir rosé, but no, this year, the new 2022 is a blend. It's a blend of Riesling, Pinot Noir, and I would say I have it here under blend. Gamay, Pinot Noir, Franc, and Riesling. So it's one thing that I did a lot of some research between 2021 and 2022. There's so many, there's not a ton of wineries who are sticking with the same grape. It feels like people are wineries are switching grapes year in and year out for rosés, unless you're someone like Daniel Bontarant who make rosés with purpose. You make rosés in the vineyard. You make your rosés starting in the vineyard, picking early, the whole thing. It feels like 70% of what I'm opening today are all different from a year to another. So it's a very interesting fact.
I think wineries just have to do that, right, Carl? They have to kind of stay on their toes and adapt to each vintage's, whatever the vineyards give you. Obviously, there's that aspect to it, and if you plan on making a blend, you got to decide whether it needs a totally different varietal that you never even thought you might even be using in it.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I think also it's a financial decision.
Of course, yeah.
Definitely a financial decision. 2021 was a rough vintage for Ontario. 2022 was a glorious vintage here, a bumper crop here, but depending on which type of grape you're going with. So, I think, I think it's really unless you make a rosé with purpose, if it's something that it's more of a subsidy in your portfolio, you can expect lots of change on a yearly basis. You go ahead.
No, I was going to say the rosé space in a lot of wineries is the experimental part of the.
Absolutely, 100%. Such a good point. And you see, also, we have a hard time with our Syrah here in BC right now. Syrah's had lots of damage of winter damage in the last few years. Well, guess what? I barely see one Syrah rosé of Syrah in the whole portfolio. You know what? The price went up so drastically for a ton of Syrah. You can't afford to buy Syrah to make rosé with. If you
No.
pay $8,000 a ton, how can you make a rosé out of that? I mean, this is you can like financially, you just can't think about that.
No, you can't unless you're going to charge $40 a bottle for your rosé.
Even then, at 8,000 a ton, you're losing money at $40 a bottle.
Are you? I don't know. I don't know the math of
So
a ton of
you
grape.
know, so it's crazy. So now the math, like it's something that you have to think about it, right? So I have a pretty good flight here. Like I say, I would say there's definitely Code who goes at over 90 points. Code's going to 91 points in my book, maybe a little bit more, maybe 91 plus. I have Chain Reaction, newcomer here on the block. I'm giving their rosé a 90 points. That's
Never
for
heard of them.
sure. Peak Seller from Lake Country. You know what? I'm gonna go to 89 plus. Same with Howling Bluff, and I'm gonna go with 89 or 88 plus with the Stone Boat. So that's where I'm at with my first 5 Pinot Noir rosé.
Is your statistician over there with a pen and a pad writing all this down?
Hey,
Is your statistician over there writing all this down? There it is. Oh, you're writing it down. There you go.
yeah, I do. So 91 plus, Chain Reaction 90, Peak 89 plus, Howling Bluff 89, Stone Boat 88 plus. Here's where I'm at with my first flight. Now, I have a wine from Lillooet.
Wow.
So
Barons, yeah, of course.
Fort Barons. Yeah, I'm super grateful to have a good relationship with their distributor, but also with the owner. So it's fun. It's always fun. They just won another platinum medal at the Lieutenant Governor Award with their Cap Franc this year. So I think it's been at least 2 years in a row that they just won the Lieutenant Governor BC Wine Award at Fort Barons, and this year again with their Cap Franc. So I have some heavy hitter here. Okay, I'm gonna crack open the 7 Direction Tractor and Vines Fort Barons. This is. I have really high expectation for this. Really, really high expectation. I'll tell you why. Because I had a little sip of it at the winery the other day.
Is that the one that has a little bit of Barbera in it?
You got that right, Mira Boucher. You got that right.
Very interesting.
So Fort Barons, 7 Direction.
Fort Barons is such an amazing winery. The fact that they are in such a remote northern location, it kind of reminds me when I just went to Portugal recently. We drove into Spain, and the mountains there where they grow the vineyards are very reminiscent of Lillooet. It's like the same kind of altitude. So it doesn't actually surprise me, when you think about where Fort Barons is at compared to Naramata or Oliver or the Soyuz or anything like that. It's amazing that they come up with such good wines, award-winning wines.
You are 100% right, man. Mira and I had a drive down there.
Yes.
One of the most amazing drive that I've ever had in my life. And keep in mind, we used to live in Calgary. We used to do the Rocky Mountain all the time. I mean, this drive from Kelowna to Lillooet, it was epic. We saw goats, bears, Mira, I don't know if you have pictures.
Animals. There were so many animals, and we were the only ones
on the road.
there.
Yeah, that's not at all untypical. I've driven out there a few times, and you don't see somebody on that road for 15 minutes to half an hour. You might see one car come by.
Totally. Yeah. And the roads, good thing, because the roads sometimes are super narrow, and there's like a cliff here, and like big, huge rapids down below. And then you arrive to this winery that's gorgeous with this restaurant, and it's full. There's like people everywhere. It's the weirdest thing.
And funny enough, like you get there and there are 15 acres of grape planted, like, and like at some point you drive there before you get to Lytton, right? That famously the town who burned down. But before you get to Lytton, you're like, Jesus Christ, people are you living out here? Is there anyone like you drive in the middle of nowhere with like beautiful scenery and wildlife and everything, and boom, at some point you got on top of a cliff and you see a sea of grape. You're like, holy shit. So yeah, super cool. I'm a big fan. So this is their brand new, I think this was just one I believe a silver at the All Canadian as well. So okay, so we have Lillooet, 7 Direction. Oh man.
Boom. Boom in your nose.
That's funny. Okay, look at that. Now, okay, can you see this?
Yeah, we can see the difference there. Obviously, the one on our left is much lighter.
Yeah, but okay, here with the tightrope, it's 96% Pinot Noir and 4% Barbera.
Barbera, that's cool.
Barbera is estate grown on the Naramata bench, below the road, just above the cliff, from the Naramata bench. Really, really, really cool project. So
they're not selling any single varietal Barbera though.
I know they used it vintage dependent. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. Vintage dependent. I hope I'm not putting my foot in my mouth here. And Graham and Lindsay O'Rourke would say, text me, what the fuck are you talking about, Carl? I'm not sure. But anyway, with that 4% Barbera in there, I had a glimpse of it at the winery a couple weeks ago. And I look at Mira and I said, this will be one of the top wine of the Rosé day. Okay? But now, and I did it on purpose, it's side by side with 7 Direction. Okay?
Because that's one of the benchmarks for us, right?
It is a benchmark. I think anybody who puts 7 Directions in their mouth realizes that this is, for Canadian rosé, it's just, well, it's on the top of my list.
Absolutely.
And you know what? Now I talk about international rosés. To me, it's not exclusively on Canadian rosés, because I believe that what we do is absolutely able to compete and to be at the same level that what's happening on the world stage. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to taste Port Barons Priest Creek. It's from It's from East Kelowna, near Summerhill. Priest Creek is a small family owned. It's near Summerhill, and I'm going to do bench 1775. Which is almost it's the neighbor of Moraine Estate on the bench as well. Okay, so let me do Port Barons first.
Very curious what Carl has to say about this.
This is really good. I love a rosé with a bite. I like that tartness at the end of a rosé, and I got it full mouth of tartness at the end. It's just I love that. You know what? Okay, so let's do Priest Creek. Much more mellow.
And that's the name that's on the label, pretty in pink.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Really strawberry. No sweetness. No, it's not sweet. It's really. It doesn't have the same bite at the end. It's not a bad rosé. I would say.
Is it creamy at all?
There's a rich texture.
Yeah.
A little heavier. So I'm curious here. Oh no, 11.6. Okay.
That's nice.
1775. It's good, bright, fresh, dry, a little heavier though.
Yeah.
This is definitely above 13%. But it's good. It's good. It's well made. So now that's where I want to go. Okay. Now we're gonna do the heavyweight.
The heavy hitters.
Yeah. Okay, that's the heavyweight bout here.
The Cassius Clay and Muhammad Ali.
That's it. That's exactly what I had in mind. Fraser Ali. That's exactly what I had in mind. Okay. So tightrope, bright fruit, cranberry, rhubarb, strawberry, raspberry, a little hint of peach. That salty minerality. I feel it all over my lip, all over. That's a little flowery notes as well. And now, don't make me wrong, I'm not trying to pick the typicity of the Barbera, okay? I have tasted very little Barbera in my life. I will be like I'll be shitting myself, like I'll be lying through my face saying, oh yeah, I picked the Barbera in that. I know there's something unique in the flavor profile. If you blind taste me, I will never call Barbera all of that, but there's a tremendous minerality in there. Okay, beautiful saltiness. There's a little bit of violet. There's a flowery aspect that I also pick up on the nose. Really, really cool. Super, super cool. I knew I loved it already because I already tasted it. But yeah, this definitely here. Yeah, bang on. Now, if I do side by side with the master.
The master of disaster. Is it like apples and oranges?
I mean, I rated that wine 93 plus in May.
Right.
Okay. I reread my tasting note earlier. What I'm tasting, I think I was bang on. There's a similar minerality here in both. I like that aspect, but there's a brighter fruit in the Seven Direction. There's something was more on the orange peel than on the strawberry rhubarb, right? It's a little bit more on the citrusy side. There's more of a bite. In terms of alcohol, I mean, we're talking about, I'm not sure about this one yet. So, you know what? So tightrope, it's a 1 point lower in alcohol than the Seven Direction. But Seven Direction has a little bit more roundness, even though the acid is a little bit more directional.
Mm-hmm.
The oak, the 25% oak barrel bring that roundness around that orange thing. So you don't have to tiptoe, you guys. I'm not saying Karen Chapman is in the house. Jan Novak is in the house, and Rob Amersley is in the house. So okay, so people are arriving here.
Hey, Rob.
So yeah. So that's where we're at here. I was supposed to keep you on for 15 minutes?
Something like that, yeah. But
I know.
I love hanging out with you, Carl. Can't wait to do it in person.
I know. Are you coming our way this year? No, you came last year, so it's every second year?
No, I'll be there this year.
Oh, that would be awesome.
What date?
What date, he says? It'll be probably the last 2 weeks of September and the first 2 weeks of October. We're going to be in BC. We're going to spend a few weeks on the island, and then we're going to hang around the Okanagan Valley and
That's awesome.
Visit my brother.
Perfect.
And you guys, of course.
Well, we're right near your brother, so it works perfectly.
Oh, yeah. It's a short drive away. Can't wait to hit a few wineries with you guys.
Yay!
I-
Can't wait.
I have to say before I let you go, let's give a number to all of these five. Obviously, 93 plus for my seven direction. I'm stick with it. This is head and shoulder again. In term of depth and complexity, nothing touched it. Nothing. Tightrope at a 91 point. I think that forbearance might be even a little bit above tightrope.
Wow.
I
Okay.
really, really, really love forbearance. I'm at 91 plus with forbearance. I put forbearance and code right there. Right
Okay.
there. Level number 2. You know, like at the NFL, right? You have Pat Mahomes and you have the second tier. The Josh Allen, the Burrows, and the Lamar Jackson. And don't tell me that Jackson is not part of the second tier. I'm going to fight you right there.
I love the football metaphor.
Yeah. So tightrope at 91. I would say Priest Creek, I'm going to 89 and 89 plus for bench 1775. Nothing's touching it yet.
No, I can't.
No,
imagine.
no. I was, yeah, this is really good. Really, really good. But when you put it side by side, beside D, my number one, there's a little bit of a, yeah, but really good. I like that. So
Yeah.
we're off to a great start. So thanks for joining me, Mike.
Thanks for having me. Continue rocking on with the rest of your rosés, and it looks like you got some pretty decent company there joining you, helping you finish those bottles up. Lucky,
Yeah.
lucky suckers.
I mean, you've gotten through the Pinots now, right, Carl?
Yeah, I did. I did. I need to know if Upper Bench is a Pinot or if it's a blend. I'm not sure anymore.
Okay. Well, Gamay, Merlot, blends, and Cab Franc, Syrahs, and then we've got the elusive other category, which has things like the Montepulciano rosé and the Dolcetto rosé, and yeah, some other really interesting ones, a Malbec rosé, a Senso, and a Zweigelt. So lots of interesting things coming up. You gotta start.
I know.
tasting them first.
I know. I need to start moving on. Okay, perfect.
Well, so nice to see you. Thank you.
I
so
want to
much.
tell everyone who's listening, okay, give a follow to this guy, Mike Laplante. He's the average wine enthusiast on YouTube. He's a lot of fun. So give him a click, follow him. Mike, thank you so very much, guys. Thank you for joining me, okay?
Thank you,
Thanks,
Carl. Thank
Mike.
you, Mira. Have a good night.
Cheers.
Bye. Take care. Okay.
And guess what? Everyone's here. We also have Clay Martin from BC Wine Review, one of our amazing members in the green room. So
Is he? Perfect. Jeez.
he's already here. He's on vacation. So we are. Are you ready to come on with us, Clay? You good? Awesome. Here you
Hey,
go.
Mira, did you have
Clay.
Hey,
You.
there you go. Look at that guy. He looks on vacation.
I have
Jeez.
Johanna here too.
Yeah. Another patio in BC.
Happy Rosé Day.
Happy Rosé Day.
Happy Rosé Day. Hey, Mira, did you have a spreadsheet for our guests down here?
I sure do. I'm going to come downstairs and get them all sorted
Perfect,
out.
perfect.
Ooh,
Let me,
what's up there?
I'm gonna start a conversation with one of my favorite guy in the biz here with Clay Martin. So, what do you have, Clay?
Well, you missed the Pinot Noir Rosé here, one of my favorites, the Cedar Creek Platinum.
The Cedar Creek Platinum. Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
Is
No.
it a wine club member only, or?
I do not know, to be honest. I think.
So I always have a Clay. I have to tell you, and I don't really mind to talk about it publicly. I always have a fun relationship with the Mark Anthony group.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think I'm going to share the story with you. Like, nobody listened to me anyway. So yeah, I reached out to the group and saying, "Hey, here's what I'm doing. I'm doing the whole rosé report and talking to the general manager at Cedar Creek." So he's connecting me with the brand manager for Mark Anthony, and After asking me a ton of questions about how many clicks our things get and this and that and how many views that we're getting, I got an answer saying, sorry, we're not interested.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I hear that a lot. You know, they call the Mark Anthony Group the mothership. It's for good reason. You know, there's they're in it to make money, and they're very serious at the top end. I think, to be honest, it was our very first wine club, Cedar Creek. You could do worse, I suppose. And
Yeah,
we've never left it.
absolutely.
Yeah, we've never left it. There's some amazing wines. I mean, I don't like the price of an Oculus, but I sure like to drink an Oculus here or there. You know, if I get a chance. So, you know, there's amazing wine, and I understand your club level is a little different. You do things that we enjoy, which is celebrate the small guy, which, you know, finding that hidden gem, which is what I'm all about as well.
Yeah, definitely. We had a bottle of Perpetua Chardonnay last week, and I have to say it's a good wine. You know, it's a good wine.
The Red Barn is pushing out stainless steel versions, no oak, Syrahs.
Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed one last week. I didn't do a review of it, but I've got the notes, and we enjoyed it enough that I went back to look for more, and they were sold out.
Oh, okay, pretty quick, eh?
Yeah.
Hey, where are you exactly on the island? Because your back view looked pretty good, pretty cool.
Yeah, this is Lake Cowichan behind me. We're at a little Airbnb on Lake Cowichan. I think I know the name of it, actually. Oh, there it is. Lake Care, Don't Care. Yeah. I think it's I'll look it up. It's a little Airbnb. We have a waterfront suite, perfect for relaxing. The wind has come up, so I apologize if you're getting wind noise in the back. But it's incredible here. It's 28 degrees, the wind blowing. We've got the water to go walk in, and it's our first. I think Johanna and I, it's our first couple of days off in several months.
That's good.
Yeah,
it's good to be busy, right?
Well, sometimes, yeah. We sold one of our businesses last week, so that's enough. We had time to go sit down and.
Did you sold the martial arts studio?
We did.
You did, eh?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes it's time to move on.
Well, if you ever want to have a stressful time, own a health business through a pandemic, and I'll tell you, you're up. It was hard enough for everybody in the service business, but we were literally closed half the time, which is
I'm with you.
So we got brought it back to life, and we found a good person, and away we went. So let's talk about some rosés.
Absolutely. So just to recap a little bit, we just did the whole Pinot lineup. I have to say that what impressed me, obviously, so far, and you probably heard the conclusion with the average wine enthusiast. Yeah. Daniel Bonterin still head and shoulder above everyone. Really, really enjoying the forbearance. They're Pinot Noir and also Code wine from Okanagan Falls is Pinot Noir Rosé. Fantastic. I really enjoy it.
Really good things about Code.
Absolutely. Chain Reaction is 2022 Pinot Noir, worth mentioning. So that's where I'm at here. And in terms of the sparkling, I had the traditional method, 13th Street, top of my top of the class for the sparkling. I quite enjoy Fred wine. So you're familiar with Bellaterra, right? So Bellaterra from Ontario. So Fred is the winemaker, and he also does small batch on his own. And I really like his sparkling. Really, really good. Also, yes, Tightrope as a still Pinot Noir with a splash of Barbera. Yeah, I know you like. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been waiting for the Cinsault review. I really quite like the Cinsault from last year from Lake Breeze. No, not Lake Breeze. I'll have to think it through for a second.
Well, last year was absolutely fantastic, and this is a little disappointing this year. There's not the same fruit. There's not the same fruit on that Cinsault, and I rated it 89 points. So we tasted a couple of weeks ago. So here's the neighbor's dog here was trying to chat with everybody. So, yeah, the Saint Show was not. It was part of my top 6 rosé of BC last year.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, no, not this year. This year is going to be. There's a spot open for someone else. Let's put it that way. Really surprising. 9.3% alcohol.
9. Wow.
Yeah,
So
yeah, at 9% alcohol, really high acid. Also, I don't know if it was. Yeah, so something happened somewhere, especially after the splash of last year. Oh my God, last year was so good. But it has the style, though. That's why at the price point at $22, come on, you can't go wrong with that price point. It still meets this price point. I give it an 89 points, and I'm not giving up on that. That's for sure. I'm already looking forward to next year. But I'm gonna keep opening that wine with some specific meal, I think, because there's a huge table, like dinner table potential for that.
That much acidity, absolutely. That's a food wine for sure.
Absolutely. So let me grab a few. My next lineup here. I think I'm gonna, if I can get my my Gamay here, or maybe not.
Who's doing Gamay, Carl?
Haywire. So the Okanagan Crush Pad now rebranded as Haywire. As well as the new vintage of Valley Common, sister company of Stoneboats, and also established in Langley, right?
Yeah.
And the other one that I'm expecting to be one of the top of the lineup, it's 13th Street Vin Gris of Gamay, the new 2022. I cannot wait to have this one. So let's do the 3 Gamay here. That's the Haywire. That's the rebrand of the Okanagan Crush Pad.
That's a good label, like that.
It is. Oh, geez. Okay. Now I got my first cork of the day.
Oh, that's pretty rare for a rosé these days.
Yeah, I think out of 60, I think there's 2 or 3.
Yeah, we opened up a sandhill that had a cork in it recently.
How was it? How and which grape was it for the Sandhill?
Honestly, I can't remember. I'm gonna say it's a Pinot Noir.
Okay.
I normally don't pick up a rosé unless it's a Pinot Noir. There's only a few Cap Franc ones that I've enjoyed. There's one standout this year that you haven't done yet.
Yeah.
It's a real standout. I'm not really, we don't drink that many rosé in the summer. That might get 10 bottles open over the whole summer. So it's I still stick to my basics. My Pinot Noir is my go-to for sure.
Absolutely. Hey guys, you don't have to be so quiet. That's totally fine. I like a little bit of a background. So Valley Common, I have the 2021 and the 2022. 2021 was Rosé of Merlot, and the 2022 is Rosé, is the Gamay. So let's give it a try first here.
Nice color. Very nice color. Texture looks good.
Real mouthful. Oh yeah, it's rich. I'm wondering here. Yeah, okay, a little bit higher in alcohol too. We're at 13.5 here, but the flavors are popping. There's a bright acid too, so this has potential. I like that. And like I did with Mike, I'm going to taste the 3. After that, we're going to start talking a little bit about scores, and I want to hear a little bit more about what's in Euroglass.
Sure.
So I'm going to follow 2020. So with Haywire, 2022 is not released yet, and I've seen it quite a bit right now. That I'm not sure if it's a cash flow thing or what it is, or supply, but there's a decent amount of wineries who have not bottled their. Come on in, sir.
They haven't bottled the rosé yet.
Yeah, quite a bit of wineries who haven't bottled their rosé just yet. So now for Haywire, this is the 2021.
Well, you have to wonder about everybody who's been affected by the frosts. There's going to be a lot of people holding back. 2022 was such a big vintage in terms of sheer volume of grapes that I think it'll help carry them through a little bit, but they're going to have to hold back if they want to have cash flow come 2025. You know, it's pretty sad.
Absolutely. So what I'm seeing here with Haywire, sometimes rosé will age quite well for 2-3 years. I have no problem with that. I see already a slight decline on the 2021.
Wow.
It doesn't have the same pop. Definitely not. It's not a bad wine. Definitely not. But there's ripe flavors, and there's a little. I would love to see a spark at the end that I don't get here. Now we'll go with the Vin Gris, the Vin Gris of Gamay here with the new vintage of 13th Street.
13th Street always produces a beautiful rosé. And it's the price point is perfect. They're never a $35 bottle. It's
Play $24.95 tax in. This is right up there with Daniel Bonter and stuff.
no kidding. Well done.
It's not at 93, but I'll tell you one thing. This is top of the class right here with Daniel since the very beginning, including the rosés. We're at 25 wines.
Yep.
This slot right second under Daniel.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, the acid absolutely zinged through the whole thing. The alcohol, it's just so well managed at 12% on the dot. And I won't be surprised to see 11.8 or something like the prestige. It's precise, it's light, but not empty. I don't know, it's not a lean wine. It's light, but it's fresh, and it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, the color is spectacular.
We haven't had a chance to look at that yet, have we?
Oh my God, it is absolutely spectacular. In terms of the other two, the Valley Common is surprising me. I enjoyed the sparkling at the beginning, a little tad of sweetness, but to me, if the acid is present, there's nothing wrong to have a bit of sweetness in the wine. They balance each other very well. Here, I would say it's a mouthful. It's a richer style of rosé, but it's very well made. Absolutely like that too.
Do you know who the winemaker is for that one? Valley Commons. It could be.
So I knew. So Mark Simpson was at the very beginning for the very first batch. After that, they hired Pascal Medevon as a consultant. But to be honest, who's their winemaker? Who's their title winemaker? I have no idea.
Yeah. Okay,
It's a question I'm gonna.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it's a question I'm gonna ask because I quite like what they're doing. Their Pinot Gris was really good.
Yeah.
They have a red table wine at $22. Ooh, absolutely blew my socks off when I went to the wine village lately. Really, really well made. And I have a couple wine on deck here of their red as well that I want to try in the next couple weeks. But yeah, no, I quite enjoy what they're doing. So here, so these are the Pinots. Let me so Gamay, we have Valley Common at 89 plus, Haywire at 88, and 92 points for 13th Street. Yeah, maybe 92 plus, maybe here.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I had a really good discussion with a fellow recently. He said he never gives anything over a 91 to a rosé, and I stopped for him. And he's talking Provence. He's talking any rosé. And I asked why. He said, well, you can't age it for 10 years. And I said, I don't think you're correct there. I've had a 10-year-old rosé recently, and I know I'm coming up to your place in a week or so. We're going to open up some of Montran's early rosés. If it can age 10 years as a rosé, it was a exceedingly well-made wine. So I can't understand why he wouldn't go over 91 points with his scoring system. Maybe you have an input on that.
You know what? I respect everyone's vision. I respect everyone's thought process, but this is the one that I really struggle with. And I had the same conversation. There's a fellow writer in Ontario that just published his rosé report. It's more with international rosés, but he is mentioning right at the beginning, rosé is not a serious wine. Rosé should be drink right now. Rosé is not made to age, and I will never give a 90 point, not more than 90 points to a rosé. And I'm just sitting there and just scratching my head, and I'm just trying to rationalize the whole thing. First and foremost, a wine, to me, to score a wine 92 points, does it really have to age for 10 years? Is it a criteria that you have to make an exceptional wine? I don't believe so, personally.
If we're comparing apples and apples, you know, if I take a 95 point Pinot Gris and put it beside a 95 point Syrah, how do you compare those two? I'm sorry, you can compare great wines, but we're in category, in my opinion.
Well, and also I always bring the price point in the equation.
Correct.
So when you bring and now you look at as you know, the price of rosés have went up quite a bit in the last 2 years, right? I'm just looking at my list right now, and I'm like, most of them is $26, $27, $28, and so. But you look at that like Daniel. Let me come back with Daniel or with the Vin Gris of 13th Street. $25. Daniel, $28 for the top rosé, one of the top rosé in the country. I mean, this is value wine. Daniel, as you're gonna see in the next in 2 weeks, his wines can age for 10 years. So this is like. So anyway, I have a hard time dealing with that because I think that people are stuck in their mind with rosé should be drink now. Rosé is just an immediate pleasure. There's no complexity. No, to me, it's not true. So
we're on the same page, Carl. I liken it to having a bunch of building blocks. If Daniel's you're going to get to it. The Cab Franc. It's like it's got this and this and this and this, and there's all these blocks there, and they're all equal. You don't get, and that's a sign of a fantastic wine. So whatever measure they want to use, that's okay. But I'm with you, and you can easily have a 94 or 95 point rosé.
Absolutely.
I don't think I've had a Canadian one that hit 95 yet, but have you had a Canadian?
Not either. No, my highest ever from Canada, it's Daniel, and so at 93 plus or 94 last year. That's where I had his Tractor 2021.
Yeah.
So.
Actually, I got to taste that first last year before you.
Absolutely.
I felt pretty honored with that one. That was a great wine. I really loved it. I still have a couple bottles. Don't tell them. I went to stop in last week for a couple of the new vintage, but he was out working somewhere else. So I'll see him next week and we'll pick some up.
Yeah. So what's in your glass? Tell me a little bit more about your glass.
Well, again, it's a Cedar Creek Platinum Home Block Rosé. It's a Pinot Noir, which is again my favorite. I don't veer very far unless you tell me to be honest. You told me to grab that Cinsault last year. I did. There's a couple of white Merlots that I really enjoy. There's Bench 1775 put out a white Merlot that just knocked my socks off a couple of years ago. Haven't been back this year, so I don't know if they've done it this year, but it'll be out there. So my Platinum here, it's about a $40 bottle. In terms of value, I don't think it's there. It's a 90-point wine. It's a good wine. But I'd rather have a Bonterin bottle for one. I'm enjoying it. I don't have any food with it though. I usually have food along, but because I'm actually have this laptop on top of the barbecue, I can't cook food until we're done our interview. So the food will come after. It's a good wine. There's strawberries. I'm getting the white flowers. I'm getting a few. I get a little bit of the watermelon, not a lot. There's a little bit of orange in it. It's a 2021, which surprises me a little bit with the orange the 2022 apparently is better, but it's not been released yet. So I'm waiting for it. It should be a good one as well. Again, it's a standard of ours because it was our very first.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But you know, sometimes you have some very special spots in your cellar that you know that every year you know what goes in these slots, right?
Yeah,
So
we do. Yeah, and we get 2 bottles every year with a wine club order, and I brought them both along on our holiday, mostly because Daniel wasn't around. But that's why, you know, if he'd have been around, I'd had 2 bottles of 2022. Actually, you know, I'm actually torn this year. Last year for sure, with his the Pinot Noir was just so outstanding. I think it outclassed the other one, even though they're both fantastic. And this year I'm a little torn. I'm not a big Cab Franc Rosé. Sometimes there's a bitterness to me, and I don't know what grape you're going on to next. But there's certainly no bitterness at all in the 2 or 3 Cab Francs I've had this year. I think the 2022 season was just a beautiful growing season, and I think we're just getting some fantastic wines out of it.
no, I'm with you with that, and I think that's and I mentioned that also in my notes that now Fruitvale Ridge, it's no longer the little brother of Tractor and Vines.
No, I don't think
This
so.
wine came on its own, like has its own following. This wine has its own seriousness. This wine is a top-notch wine on its own.
Yeah.
Where I make there's a little gap. It's in terms of complexity.
Yes.
That's where Tractor to me still.
Okay. Right. Okay. So let's back that up a little bit though. Sometimes I don't want complexity. I just want a really nice little wine. You know, like if I'm taking them down to the dock down here, and we're having salty snacks and sitting on the dock watching the waves go by. Then I want is something really solid. I don't want it sweet. I don't want it, you know, I want it to grab me and shake me around a little bit, but I'm not necessarily analyzing it. And I can take anything that's in that upper range, that top 30%. Like the Cinsault last year that we talked about. That was one of my favorite barbecue wines because didn't matter what you were eating it with, it complemented. And I think sometimes the very fine Pinot Noir ones, you almost need to drink them alone because they're so good.
Yeah, and you want to think about it, and you don't want different things you eat to kind of mess it up, right?
To mess it up a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, we had that the other night. We were drinking a great wine. I had a bite of some stinky cheese, and it just screwed up the wine. And I had to wait like 20 minutes before I could have that wine again.
Go with if you're really sticky cheese, try a little bit of ice wine or a little bit of sweet wine. With blue cheese specifically. Yeah,
you need something that can cut through that.
It's a fantastic combination. It's one of the weirdest full mouth feels you'll get from like blue cheese and ice wine. But I highly recommend it. No, sometimes we're just looking for drinking alone. I don't see a problem. No, Johanna's with me. I promise. Nobody's drinking. Sometimes though we're not looking for a really complex wine. Like I say, if we've got all the snacks around, you know, we're at a party. I'm looking for something that's just really solid. And I think sometimes that's the Cab Francs I go to for that. Especially the Cab Franc Rosés. What's in your glass tonight, Mira?
So we're about to get to the Cab Francs. I still have Pinot Noirs. All right. What's Carl been tasting with you? Because I came downstairs. I had to get the brisket out, things like that. So
he just went through the Gamay.
The Gamay, good.
Yeah, he just went through 3 Gamay. I haven't had a Gamay Rosé in a lot of years. I don't remember the last one. So 13th Street though.
Not that many. Yeah.
Yeah, there was only 3.
That's
13th Street is fantastic.
Yeah, Gamay is fantastic from 13th Street.
Yeah, I know that.
It would be incredible, Mira. You missed that the vingry of Gamay. And it's right down. It's just went straight below Daniel.
Wow, it was good last year. So I'm glad to see the progression. That's awesome.
Amazing.
So,
amazing.
Did I hear that Joanna is waiting for you to be done to get the barbecue on?
Yeah.
So we're sitting between you and dinner?
Well, kind of.
Kind of? we better let you go. It's been so
that's
fun
okay.
having you on. What's coming up for us here? Just so you're aware, I don't know if you'll want to
I'll stick
stop
around.
by after you've eaten, but we've got what, Carl Merlot's blend.
We have Merlot coming up. We have Cap Francs. We're gonna do Merlot and Cap Franc, and after that we're gonna do all the blends, and we have a couple Syrahs, we have a Zweigel, we have a Dolcetto, and we have a Montepulciano.
You know about that one.
Stag's Creek Dolcetto?
Dolcetto, yeah. Yeah.
The Dolcetto is from Stag's Hollow,
Stag's
but
Hollow, sorry.
the Montepulciano is from D'Angelo, is from Sal.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh.
Well, can't wait. I'll be online. I'll be waiting for you, and I'll be watching the show. Thank
Thank
you for having
you,
me.
and we'll see you in person in a couple of weeks, my friend.
Well,
Yes,
great night,
thank you
guys.
so
Take
much
care.
for all you do, Clay, for
Thanks for your support.
all the BC wines. Cheers. Say hi to Joanna.
Yeah.
Will do.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Oh, okay. Okay, Mira, I'm just going to pull the blends out, and
Okay. So Daryl is having De Silva and popcorn. I love this idea, Daryl. You know, rosé is very versatile, and that's just like Chardonnay and popcorn. You know what? Also, I find that De Silva rosé, Daryl, has like a little bit of that creaminess. I don't know if it does this year, but it sure did last year. So I think that would go well with buttery popcorn, especially. Very good. So you're starting with the blends, Carl?
I sure did. Hey, can you tell me what's upper bench? Do I have it here on my spreadsheet? Or I put it in blends, upper bench, upper bench, upper bench. I think I missed it
I'll tell you.
completely. Oh, it's under the Merlot. There you go.
Okay, it's a Merlot. Yeah, 75 Merlot, 25 Gamay.
Yeah. It's great it's great to spend time with Clay. Always great person to talk wine with. I just love what him and Joanna does for our wine industry. Very, very passionate about our Canadian wines as well. So Clay Martin from BC Wine Reviews, a big thank you for coming and joining us today. So now we're going to do some blends here. I have Lunescence from Summerland, BC, their first wine from the Summerland Bench sub-appellation. So here I have Leading Post from the Lincoln Lake Shore appellation in Ontario. I have the Modest Wine from Mount Boucherie here. It's a field blend of their West Kelowna vineyard. So Zweigel, Pinot Noir, and Gewürztraminer. And I have Painted Rock. I was waiting for this one really good. I had a great vineyard walk with John Skinner yesterday. Spent some time with him. Always great to catch up with one of the best producer in the country. So in front of me, I have 4. Let's do 5. So how about I do. Should we go to Nova Scotia too?
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Let's do also Nova Scotia, because I've been waiting a while to taste that. So here we go. Here is the next block of 5 wines, everyone. We're doing Domaine de Grand Pré from the Annapolis Valley. We're doing Lunescence, Leading Post, Mount Boucherie, and Painted Rock. Okay, Mira, I'm just going to put that on my sheet if you don't mind.
Sounds good.
Blend. Okay. Lunescence. Leading Post. Mount Boucherie. Oh, sir, there's a few rosés here. If you guys want some rosés, Painted Rock, and also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. Here's the next 5. I'm excited. These colors, yeah, this is funny how different style of wine come out with different colors. I have from a look at that, these 2 different, right? Pretty cool here. So far, Mira, what do you think? I need your I want to hear
need
what.
to try that Vangry. I missed the Gamay from 13th Street, so I'm coming down to check that out. I think that there's just so much diversity with these rosés. I love it.
Yeah.
And not yet one wine that I would say, I don't care for that one. So that's tough. That's tough because there's so many.
I'm with you. Like, obviously, I have them so close from each other, so I can pick them apart a little bit more.
Yeah.
I've seen I'm seeing some little cracks here and there, but these wines are solid. I want to start talking a little bit about price point as well, because what people are expecting. It's important to know what's the expectation of people, right?
Yeah.
I mean, do people still expect to pay $18 for a bottle of rosé? I don't know. If it's still the expectation, maybe it's time for people to readjust. Am I right with that? Because I believe that like there's.
Well, it depends. I mean, like what you're saying, if it's like what often was historically in Canada, rosé was the kitchen sink, right? It was like whatever bits and pieces didn't make it into a red, and they've got a bit of white left and whatever, they make it into the rosé. But more and more we're seeing these single vineyard, single varietal rosés, then yeah, I expect the price to go up. You're getting that precision, right?
I think you just mentioned you're getting good. You're getting really good at what you do. Because you just mentioned precision, and you are bang on with that. We're talking about precision in the vineyard, precision and on the crush pad, precision in the bottle. Rosé is a wine of precision. If you want to make something good, like there's kitchen sink wine out there that you can still pay $18, but you get $18 value in your glass. That is for sure. And you often tempt to get the sweet stuff. You know, the bulk juice, sometimes grapes from down in California, frozen grape juice that I often call it. When we talk about vineyard designation or sub-appellation designation, when you talk about these wines of precision, you're looking at a wine with a little bit higher price point. And Badero right there is bang on, $25. With taxes, it's okay. Yeah, I believe that's where you hit the $25, $26, $27. That's the sweet spot of Canadian rosé. For premium, we're talking premium wine here. So let's get to it. I believe that my Domaine de Grand Pré here from Nova Scotia, it's a blend of Acadie Blanc and Maréchal Foch. So 2 hybrid grape here. And we're talking a $22. Okay?
It's on mine, babe. It's $17.95.
$17.95. Well, you know what?
Let me
Every time I argue with you, I always get the short end of the stick. So I do not argue with you. You're probably right. Wow, $17. So $18. Is it?
Yeah, and I think that's plus tax, but yeah, under 20. Rosé. Let me just find out for sure. That's just what's on our spreadsheet, but our spreadsheet can be wrong. Okay, so on their website right now, Domaine de Grand Pré in Nova Scotia, right? $17.22 plus tax, I believe.
So there's a great mix here. There's a little tad of sweetness, but there's a beautiful bright acid with a little saltiness on the lip. There's a lot of peach. There's a peachy flavor as well on that. I bet, and there's a little bit of flour. Rob Amersley, you'll like this one. Okay, Nova Scotia, you're gonna. Oh no. This one is great. $17.25. Okay. This is fantastic for the price. Nova Scotia wine, guys. If you listen to me, You can get your hand on Nova Scotia wine. Give it a try. It's a gem every single freaking time that I taste something from there. Okay, I need another sip. Flower on the nose, honeydew, Rainier. You know the Rainier, these darn cherries, or like the one who are very expensive. Look, yeah, you know the one I
White
mean.
cherries. Carl says that because he once went to a U-Pick and he picked a massive bucket. He was so proud of himself till he went to check out and it was almost $100 for that bucket. So yes, the Rainier cherries, they're more expensive. Not that noticeable if you only buy a pint, but if you buy a huge bucket, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mira, for telling the story. I appreciate that. You know what I like? The finish, that little flinty finish, but also that zing, like that lemon, but there's a sweet lemon and a little tartness as well. I love that wine. I love it. For 2017-25, absolutely. Please give it to me. Okay, I have to. Yeah, I love it. Lunescence are now I love it, from Summerland, right here up the hill. Earlier this year, Summerland was subdivided in 3 sub AVA, 3 sub appellation, with Summerland Bench, Summerland Lakefront, and Summerland Slope, I believe, or another one. Anyway, this is Summerland Bench. 100% fruit. We're looking at 60% Merlot, 26 Pinot Noir, and 14 Syrah. There's not a whole lot of Syrah who grows in Summerland, so I'm pretty intrigued. Great nose. I like that.
And this one's at 29 plus tax, I believe.
This is their Blanc de Noir. This is their flagship rosé. They also do a more approachable tasting room rosé.
Yes, sort of more of a patio sipper style. That's less expensive as well.
Really complex. Really deep. I believe that there's some oak treatment in that. I got some roundness. I got some depth. I got some spice as well. This is a serious rosé. Really serious. Okay. And I'm like I've done with all of the other flight. I'll taste them all. I'll give you some score after. Okay. Leaning post. Very
So the leading
unusual nose.
A what nose?
Unusual.
Really?
Yeah,
Well,
there's just
44
popping
gamay.
flower. There's a flower. I don't know exactly which kind of flower. I'm not a gardener at all, but there's a flower right out of the gate.
Floral nose, hey? 44 Gamay, 29 Pinot Noir, 17 Cab Franc, and 10 Riesling.
Oh, long. It's probably the longest wine in terms of length of flavor. That's probably the longest since the very beginning.
Of this show. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, extremely long. It's like a crescendo, right? It starts kind of slow and it just goes and progress and keep it going and going. And I get that's orange, really orange, nectarine, raspberry in the middle with that flowery note. There is so much going on, so much. I had Joanne Benoit at the very beginning, who said she really liked the Leaning Post 2021 vintage. 2021 was 100% Pinot Noir. And that's what I was talking with Mike Laplante at the very beginning, how now I'm seeing vintage. Every vintage you see different iteration of rosés from wineries. Obviously, some core wineries that we know, like Black Market. We'll talk with Rob in a few minutes. That he sticks with Cap Franc as much as possible. to do his rosé program. Daniel has his classic, but I see a lot of change year in and year out. Lots of experiments from wineries. So, but in terms of leaning post, completely different from what you've seen last year. From 100% Pinot Noir, this year you go Gamay. I'm not sure exactly what Gamay Pinot Riesling. I mean, it's really typical. So, but I don't know how much is that wine. If it's under $25, this is incredible for that price. Even if it's under, like, I don't know, 26, 27, this wine is absolutely freaking fantastic.
Yeah. So some of these wines we're tasting are not yet on the market. They're new, including some that are still not even labeled, right? But this one, I don't think it's on the market yet. So last vintage, it was 22, but we have yet to see what they're going to do with this vintage. It's a totally new sort of blend for them, right? So we'll see if it'll go up a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if it does.
I think I messed it up a bit here. I messed it up. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, just dump it out and try again. You're not sure which one you poured into what? That's something I would do. Except Carl's the type of person that will be like, oh no, this is that one. This is that one, you know, right off the bat. I can't do that.
Okay. Yeah.
You figured it out.
Yeah. Okay. The modest wine. Okay. This is Cab Sauv, Cab Franc, Merlot, Malbec, Petit Verdot. Okay, the 5 Bordeaux varietals. This is a little bit more, like I would say, a left nine, not really left bank because the Cab Sauv is a low percentage. But anyway, so the 5 Bordeaux blend, the 5 Bordeaux grapes here in one bottle. Okay, it's interesting. Nothing to blow my socks off, but it's good.
That's good. It's a really interesting blend.
Well, it's a Bordeaux blend, right?
Yeah. Which you don't see that often in a rosé, right?
So side by side, I have Painted Rock and the Modest Wine. Both of them are Bordeaux blend, rosé style. Okay. I mean, in terms of depth and complexity, Painted Rock is head and shoulder above. We're talking 2 different price points, though. Okay.
Very different.
Very, very different. This is top premium. But that deliver to me, it's a very high end bracket of price. I think it's probably the most expensive Pinot, the most expensive rosé we have.
Yeah, I think it's 33 plus tax, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think like this and Hillside below the road are some of the most expensive. But okay, $35. Think about it. It's not outrageously expensive. This is top premium, but it delivers top result, though. There's complexity in it. It's not the fresh, bright, lip-smacking acidity. It's much more of a full-body rosé. Really full body. Alcohol level is 14.5. I mean, but there's a bright acidity in the middle. So I like that. Okay.
So speaking of pricier rosés, take us to France for a second. What was the name of that rosé that Daniel Bonterin had us order? A very pricey rosé. I remember it was something like $500 for 6 bottles or something.
No. It was almost $1,000 for the 3 bottles.
For 3.
3 bottles in the wooden box.
$1,000. Okay, so
it's made by Gérard Bertrand. Okay. So Gérard Bertrand He's a really iconic producer in the south of France, and he has an estate that's called Chateau de l'Hospitalet. Very, very, very unique terroir down there, and he makes a crazy expensive. And because in Alberta we had access to stuff that no one else has access to, and I was able to get him a three pack of that, and I believe that he has one more bottle of that left. So, yeah. Okay, let's get to score here. Let's score these five boy here. Okay. I absolutely love the Tidal Bay for a very specific reason, that the price point cannot be beat. $17.25. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, this is like, yeah. I mean, this is hybrid grape, okay? And I rarely enjoy that much to hybrid grape. It is not a crazy complex finish, but for that price point, this is a 90 plus for sure, no doubt about that. Because it's 17.25, right? So Domaine des Grands. Oh, I have 91 here already put down, so can't change it. It's already. This goes here. This goes here. Let's go with the score for the lunescence. I like how full body the lunescence here is. Round, soft, spicy, really spicy on the finish. The oak is well managed. There's no high alcohol. I like that. I quite like that, actually. It's probably much more expensive, but it delivers much more seriousness to it. This is a
29. So
29, yeah. So yeah, we're talking about at the top end bracket, right? But to really, really, really deliver some pretty interesting flavors here. So I like that. The leading post. So I give 90 plus to the lunescence.
the leading post. This one was 22 last year. We don't know what it will be this year. It's a brand new unreleased wine, I believe. Gamay Pinot Noir Cap Franc.
Again, like it's not just like the second time. The length is crazy.
That's awesome.
92 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. This goes in the top 5 so far with Daniel, with Tractor and Vines, Vingry, 13th Street, Leaning Post. Yeah, so far it's top.
See, I've always, wondered what is it that makes a wine stand out like that for a critic like you? And I guess one of those things is the finish, hey?
Absolutely. The finish, the length. Like, I mean, that's where you got an ultra performing athlete or an average athlete. I mean, this is the same thing with the grapes, right? No. And also, I see winemaking skills in that. Because you got top-notch grape, but he uses the perfect technique, the perfect vessel to take that grapes, to train these athletes, to train these grapes to deliver the maximum potential. And definitely $22 last year. So this wine won't be more than $24 this year. If so at that price point, are you kidding me? Like, this is a top performing athlete. Like, crazy. I love it.
Great. Great. What do you got next there?
Boucherie, the zippy one. I like that. I think if it's under 20, I think it's $25, $26 for the Saint Sync. I mean, this is Yeah, I mean it's right around the 90 point here for this thing. I mean Jeff Undermark is doing a good job putting a Bordeaux blend. Yeah, it's right around the 89 plus 90. No, 90 point. It's well made. I like that. And the painted rock, I mean, this is serious business there. I don't know how if people are ready for that much of full bodiness in the rosé. To me, it just delivers so much. Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a 89 plus because it's really over the top full body for a rosé, and but it's good. The length, the complexity, it's fantastic. But we're talking about really top end price point. So yeah, here we go. So for that flight of 5, I did 91 points for the Domaine de Grand Prix, 90 plus for the Lunescence, 92 plus for Leaning Post, 90 for Mount Bushra, and 89 plus for Painted Rock. This is so far probably the top performing flight of 5 that I've done. I've seen Graham just tuning in. Graham, thanks for tuning in. You know what? Yeah, so the Barbera, is it confusing? It definitely brings a completely different dimension of in the Pinot. Definitely. Confusing. I really, really appreciate that. And to me, that wine is in the top performing so far, is in the top flight. I like it. You're at 91 points. Really, really good. I love the freshness. I love how well managed the alcohol is, and I think you're right. They're confusing in a sense. I cannot pinpoint exactly like the flower, if it's flower, if it's a fruit that there's a couple flavors that I can't definitely pinpoint, but I like the brightness, I like the length, and I like the complexity that the Barbera bring to the Pinot. Okay, let's move on to another flight of 5. If someone can tell my neighbor that his barbecue is freaking delicious. That is freaking good.
That brisket?
That brisket is to die for.
Oh, have the neighbors had some wine? Because if not, I better run over and give them some.
I just called you Jacob. You want another piece?
Yeah, please. I don't know. Do you need to come to wine pouring?
Check, okay? It's not fair to hog all the rosés.
I will do Riverstone, another one of Mount Bushra, Fairview, Da Silva, and Black Hills.
Yes.
Okay. Black Hills, Da Silva, Fairview Cellar, Mount Bushra, and Riverstone. We're talking big names here. Yeah. As long as I have some left to retaste at the end.
All right. So you said Fairview, Da Silva, and what were the other ones?
Black Hills, Mount Bushra, the white label,
Okay.
and Riverstone. So Riverstone, we have a blend of Cap Franc and Syrah. I love the color of that one. I really, really, really like the color of that Riverstone. A little bit more of a Provence style. Now look at the difference here with Fairview. Now this is a very unusual blend. I was with Danielle Hutton, the new owner of Fairview Cellar, no later than yesterday afternoon, and she was telling me how she came up with that blend, and it's pretty interesting here. Okay, so I have here the Cor de Rosa from Da Silva Vineyard, who's been one of my this year's vintage is absolutely off the chart. And the Black Hills 2022, last year Black Hills 2021 was really, really good. One of the best rosé that I had from them in a while. So let's see what the 2022 has in store. How's the wind? Can you hear the wind a lot on the speaker, or we're good, Mira?
I'm not hearing it. No.
No? And I think you should come down and get some wine here. You've been
Yes.
dry for way too long. We have a solid lineup here, so come downstairs. Huh? You can bring Bellaterra, Valley Common, and Tender Hope. Okay. My neighbor made a smoked brisket. Jeez, moly, that is good. Really, really, really good. The barbecue sauce that he used is freaking to die for. So now, okay, let's get back to business here. Riverstone, Capron Syrah. Oops. I love the nose. The nose of that Riverstone Rosé is really delicate. There's a spice. Oh man, the Syrah bring that spice. I had the same thing with the Lunescence. Okay, bright acid. I like that. Oh, Mira, if you can bring them maybe the bottle of Priest Creek and the bottle of Bench 1775. Right? Okay. Okay, perfect. Awesome. So here, Riverstone, good start. Mount Boucherie. I tasted Mount Boucherie, I think it was right around Valentine's when they just bottled. No, not Valentine's, it was in April. Anyway, it was like a real crowd pleaser, if I remember correctly.
Coming to steal your wine, Carl Boucher.
Absolutely. Please, gentlemen, please welcome.
So which one are you on right now?
So, Riverstone, Mount Boucherie,
Yeah, I know, but
Fairview.
which one are you tasting right now in your mouth?
That was Mount Boucherie.
Okay.
Crowd pleaser.
Right. Thank you.
Here. That's
Right,
it.
keep going.
Okay, Fairview Cellar. Now, this is the brand new label of Fairview Cellar. They're just rebranding, obviously, with new owner. Really, they're really known. They've always been known for their big and full body wine at Fairview. I had the chance to taste the Chardonnay yesterday, their barrel fermented Chardonnay. Their Sauvignon Blanc is really, really good. And now, this. Okay?
My first Fairview one.
So, a blend, listen you guys to that. A blend of Pinot Noir, Merlot, and Gruner Veltliner. Yeah. Really, really cool. So nice fruit. It's big. It's big. And she was telling me that the alcohol level with the Pinot, when she blended the Pinot and the Merlot, was at 15%. So she had to find a way to bring that wine into a rosé where the alcohol was well managed. So she added some Gruner Veltliner, who is a grape with a bright natural acidity, and yeah, it did the trick. The key of that wine to me is the finish. Oh, we're talking at the very beginning, that grippy finish, that tartness on the finish. That's what the Gruner brings to the table, and it does it greatly. I enjoy that a lot. So now, I've been geeking on Cour de Rosa for a while now this year, 70% Merlot, 30% Pinot Noir. Now let's see how this wine from Richard De Silva, how's this wine fare in the middle of 30 other wines because on its own, it's been one of my rock star this year. So let's see. Sorry, guys. This wine still stand out. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love the acid. I love the fruit. Cherry, raspberry, and some... like last year was really earthy. It was like the Spanish side, the Spanish style of rosé. This year, more fruit, a little rounder, but there's still some earthiness that I really enjoy. Earthiness, a little tartness again on the finish that I greatly appreciate. Bright acid. So yeah, I like that. Like Corderosa, it's still one of my favorite. Let's go with Black Hills. Black Hills Estate, 2022 Rosé, so 60% Syrah, 40% Grenache. So this is the classic south of France blend, the classic Rhone Valley. Nose, it's kind of a little toasty on the nose that I don't get. The palate definitely displayed a better showcase than the nose. Definitely. I like the palate actually. Doesn't have the spice on the finish. Surprisingly, with 60% with 60% Syrah, but there's it's round, it's fruitful, it's definitely fruit forward. It's not really like it's a crowd pleaser. My only issue here, crowd pleaser, but maybe the price point might be a little smidge high. Let me look here. Blend Black Black Hills, $30 plus tax. So we're talking top end of the bracket here, but this is good. I mean, it delivers a lot, but it's a lot for a crowd pleaser from you. Crowd pleaser with definition and precision. It's more than a crowd pleaser. Different. Good wine. Yeah, no, good wine. 90 points for the Black Hills. I have to take in consideration that it's $30. So here, Black Hills, we have Riverstone, we have Mount Boucherie, white label. We have Fairview, Corderosa, and Black Hills. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my next. So Fairview. Let's go back to Riverstone. Riverstone knows we need to get a get a big. That Riverstone Rosé has one of the best nose. Again, Syrah, Cap France Syrah. I like the minerality. I feel like maybe there's a small little hole in the middle. Let's say 89 points here for the Riverstone. What's the price here? Riverstone, 25 plus tax. Good price point though. Okay. Yeah. Bamboucherie. This is the quintessential crowd pleaser. easy drinking, bright acid, little tartness that I really like, the little zing of lemon. This is a really, really good wine for the price. $25 on the dot. This is really good. I greatly appreciate that white label Montboucherie. 91 points here. The Fairview for its complexity. It gives you something completely different. There's that ripe plum, like, and also like stewed strawberry. It's at the other end of the spectrum here. I put that Fairview with the painted rock style, full body, but they give you different things. But I like the spark that the Gruner is bringing at the very end. And this is a real spark. This is a real zing. It's really noticeable. Without that, this wine is nothing. But this addition brings something really cool. So this is worthy of a 90 points. The Corte Rosa, 91 plus. I've been liking this wine since just before bottling. So big shout out here to Richard De Silva. I love that. I have a problem with the Black Hills nose. It just okay. No, it's coming. Okay. I'll stick with my 90 points here of the Black Hills. So let's recap that blend of that flight of 5 here. Black Hills 90 points, Corte Rosa 91 plus, close to 92. I love that wine. Fairview Cellar, I'm at 90. Montboucherie 91 for that crowd pleaser of Montboucherie. Well done. And 89 points for the Riverstone Rosé. Yeah. So that's the other flight of 5. I don't know how many of we are right now, but let's move on to another flight of 5. I'll have a little bite of brisket. Wow, this brisket is good. So. Oh, another one with the cork. So here we're gonna have Moraine, Pink Mountain, the hillside below the road. Interesting color. Much more like I think that's the wine who probably has the most oak treatment here. Let's keep. So these are all. The Cap Franc. Okay, so these are the last 2 blends that I have. So we'll do these 2 together, and we'll go from there. So Pink Mountain from Moraine. So Moraine Estate from the Naramata Bench. I cannot figure it out what's in there. So it's the information was not available. So we'll let you know when I have a better idea. Mira, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. So I'm opening the last 2 for the blends, and I'm gonna get into the Cap Franc after. Because when I start with the Cap Franc, I'm gonna have Rob Hammersley to sit down with me for a few minutes. While he's here, I'm going to abuse his knowledge a little bit. So here, below the road, this is I believe that it's a new project at Black Hills. It was a wine club member exclusive. Look at that color. So it's Merlot, Viognier, Cap Sauv and Cap Franc. But the kicker in that is 50% has been fermented in oak barrel with some second fill is there. So I can expect some decent oak influence. So I'm pretty excited. Well-managed alcohol. Oh, this is orange juice. There's an incredible orange aromas. Orange zest. Oh, it's interesting. A little bit also of yeah, raspberry, but the orange on the nose is really fascinating.
I'm excited for this one because
Yeah, I know. It is. It is. The color is fantastic. I don't get any perceived oak notes on the nose though.
I was sipping my wine, and as I took a sip, I saw a fly had gotten in there, so I nearly choked. A little moment of panic.
Okay. Really bright acid. Super bright acid, like lemon zest acid like, but also yeah, like that orange, that blood orange. It's round, it's complex, it's soft. There's minerality, there's a tad of herbaceousness as well. There is a lot going on in that wine. I can say, top of my head, it's one of my favorites so far. It's fairly expensive, though. I believe that it's one of the most expensive we have, but very small for
the highest price point. But I hesitate to say expensive because, like you said, like when we look at it in context of world Merlot or world rosés, our rosés are relatively not expensive when you look at the quality, right? So, but yes, it's $35 plus tax.
There's a burst, there's a salinity, there's a very defined orange profile on that wine, but it's not unpleasant. This is really pleasant. Defined minerality, really, really like the salinity is really pronounced. I enjoy that. That's also a red mixed berry blend. You know, the thing that we use for the smoothies, right? This pops as well. This is a rock star.
Wow.
This is a rock star.
And probably the kind of rosé you could have with food, right? Like a real.
We have another blend apparently. I got the judge here just brought me an extra one. It's Nostalgia. A blend here of.
Yes, you're correct. I have 31 Merlot, 28 Cab Sauv, 24 Syrah, 11 Malbec, and 6% Cab Franc from Oliver, BC.
A little bit of everything in there. It's fresh. Like there's a little bit of like ambrosia apple, a tad sweet on the finish, but not out of place, I would say. I mean, if it's under $25, it's like, I mean, it's not, it's yeah, it's pleasant. It's pleasant.
It's, what I have here is 24 plus.
Yeah, I would say 89 points. Hillside is a 92 plus.
It's quite a stunner, hey?
Oh yeah, it's a star. It's a star.
Well, then I'll be coming
And
down to check that one in a second.
the Pink Mountain, I couldn't get my hand on the blend. I even emailed the winery. I have no idea what's in it. I know it's in a Riesling bottle, but that doesn't say anything.
There could be Riesling in there. We don't know.
I like that. See? There's that little tartness on the finish that I really enjoy too. I like that.
According to Vivino,
Ah,
but we don't know. This is just people putting stuff on there. The Pink Mountain Rosé has Malbec and Merlot. What we don't know is if that's for that vintage or not.
great clang. This wine linger. 90 plus. I love that. Well managed acid, well managed alcohol, bright acid, great tartness on the finish. I really enjoy that actually.
What's great about you, Carl, is it's hard to, Carl wears his emotions on his sleeves. So when it comes to a wine that he gets very excited about, you kind of know right away, because he gets all physically excited, yeah, let's do
I like that. So I have a little vestige here from Effie. A little.
Oh, yes.
It's a 2019.
Yes.
So obviously he's bottling his new one this week. So I wanted to crack that live. Obviously we can't buy that. I just wanted to, because we're talking about ageability, we're talking rosés, we're talking acid. I just want to see where is that.
We've tasted that rosé every year since he bottled it. So it's
I know I've been tasting that rosé since 2020. So three years now. So you know what? I might be tired. And it's not a knock on what he does. If it is, I mean, I don't expect this wine to be shining right now because this has no oak. This was a straight out of his. And
it's a $19 rosé. Okay, so
yeah,
it's
exactly right.
Expensive. It's probably after
so the color gets it's a little tired on the color too. So I don't expect too much.
So I'm telling you, there's only 5 wines in our lineup that are around that price point. 5 out of 60 wines that are at that lower than 19.
It's still enjoyable.
Well, that's crazy.
It's still enjoyable, especially for that price. I mean, even if it's still available, even if it's still I wouldn't mind if I have a party. I wouldn't mind buy that. To be honest with you, at $18, I mean, this wine still drink okay.
That's great.
Not okay, just okay. No, okay. Does that make? Do it make sense?
I mean, we knew because we tasted it last year too, and we were pretty impressed that it aged now for what would have that been 3 years. We thought, okay, that's good for a rosé.
But that price, it's still at 89 at that price.
Awesome. What was it last year for your rating? Do you remember?
I mean not to have rated it.
We'll have to look at our archive. That's coming soon.
Okay, so Wets is not on the list. Yeah,
that's great. So what's next then, Carl? Do you want to
it's under it's a blend. I think you have it under Merlot. Yeah, it's under Merlot. Okay, sorry, I'm just chatting with the crowd. I have a live crowd here at the same time, right? It's fantastic. I just love it a lot. I know, like
we need an applause button and then everything.
Yeah.
Laughter. No. Yeah. So what's next, Carl Boucher? I mean, you've done your blends now. You've done your Pinot Noirs. You've done your sparklings. You've done your Gamay. What do we got? We got Merlots. We've got
I will do Cap. I'll start with the Cap Franc. I would like to finish with the Merlots, so I will do Cap Franc.
Cap Franc, baby. So with Cap Franc, we have a plot rosé, Black Market Omerta, which might be good, Carl Boucher, to start with that Black Market because you have Rob Hammersley in the flesh.
That's the first one that I opened.
The winemaker for that rosé is actually here in person, and we'll join Carl in a minute. And then we've got Hester Creek, we've got Pondview Rosé, we've got Bellaterra Rosé, we've got Priest Creek, Seven Directions Fruitvale Ridge, we've got Cave Spring Estate Rosé, the Vineland Classic Rosé, and the 13th Street Expression Rosé. These ones are all Cab Franc, 100% Cab Franc. Actually, I would say Cab Franc dominant, but they're all Cab Franc 100%. So we've got
I'm putting the bots here that okay. You know what? Let's do that here. Some have cork in here. Okay. So
well, that's a little extra work.
I know, right? Okay, so I'm gonna bring my my favorite person here. There you go.
Rob Hammersley. So good.
He's in the house for real. He is in the house.
I'm a little taller than Carl, so the top of my head's cut off.
I know, eh?
Your smaller chair.
Yeah, it's not really fair. But anyway, so here, okay, first and foremost, here. Do you want to drink your wine or do you want to drink someone else's wine?
Well, I got to drink all of them.
All of them. That's such a
There
good
you go. So here, so Rob is the owner, winemaker, vigneron, vineyard manager,
Janitor.
everything, accountant,
Yeah.
at Black
IT guy.
Market, Black Market in Caledon, BC. I had the chance to taste that very rosé multiple time already this year. Is one of my very, very favorite of the vintage. So Rob, well, first and foremost, how's the growing season has started this year? Because
It's been interesting. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows, we've been talking about it for months now, the challenges over the winter. Widespread throughout the valley. There's regions that were hard hit than others. There was certain varietals that were harder hit than others. So it really depends on your location and what you're growing, and you know how soon after you harvested did the cold snap hit. You know, because the earlier picked ones had a little bit more time to go dormant. So there's a whole bunch of factors that go into, you know, whether you got damage or not. But I think there's probably very few people that could raise their hand in this valley and say, I have no damage. It is everywhere. It's just, it's the degree that it's affected you.
I think I found one yesterday.
That had no damage.
He took me on the walk of his vineyard across the lake from you.
Yeah,
A painted rock.
of course.
he,
Yeah,
he said he has less than 5%.
yeah, and
And I told him like we said, you're full of shit. I don't believe you. And he took me for an hour.
Yeah. I think, you know, if you look at some generalizations, I'd say the west or the east side of the valley probably did better. So Naramata bench fared better than Summerland.
Yeah.
Skaha bench fared better than our side. A little bit different when you get down south of Oliver, but that's a whole different.
That was my next question to you. Do you think that Oliver Osoyoos was the hardest hit? And I think no doubt.
Oliver, I think more than Osoyoos from what I've seen. We have a little vineyard down there that we were expecting the worst, and we're still thinning. There's so much growth there, so much fruit, but again, very much site specific. I think the trouble with some of the areas in and around Oliver is the lack of a significant body of water. You know, prevailing winds during, so there's likely a couple times where some of the damage happened. I mean, everyone's talking about the big freeze just before Christmas, and clearly that is having an effect on the vines. But it was also the cold snap we had very early in November. So we had some grapes that were from vineyards we purchased from it that we picked after the snowstorm. So those vines hadn't had any chance to go dormant yet before that cold snap. So a lot of the damage that happens to the vines actually happens more often late fall when you have that first freeze before the vines have gone dormant. So that's definitely playing a factor. So if you'd harvested, a lot of the whites that we picked in September or early October had some, a number of weeks to start going into their dormancy stage. And they likely fared better than vines that were harvested after the first cold snap. And then you get the kicker of the absolute cold temperatures in December that didn't really hurt or didn't help anyone.
And also a large crop. So the vines were over.
Yeah, and for many people last year, because it was such a late season, I think the size of the crop and the quality took a lot of people by surprise. Our Merlot, so we're in Cleveland, which is on the west side of the valley, just south of Ticton. We're just above the Skaha Lake, and our Merlot was still going through veraison the first week of September. So here I am. I typically harvest that Merlot the third week of October, and consistently for years. And here I am, first week of September, looking at some green grapes and some fully green clusters, thinking, I'm screwed. We were debating about doing a green harvest at that point, but it's really kind of too late at that late stage. So we decided to just roll the dice and let it go. And we picked a week beyond normal time at 24, 25 days. So
Things were fantastic. September and October.
The expectations were everyone was worried because it was such a slow, cold start to the season, and it just pushed everything back. And that 6 weeks of absolutely amazing weather we had in September and October completely saved the vintage for many growers, for many vineyards.
So, what can we expect from black market for the 2023? I mean, because some of the producers are going to go basically no grape this year. Can we expect?
So I feel like I'm on the more fortunate side of the spectrum in terms of damage. We are definitely affected. There's no question of that. But we made a pretty conscious decision, particularly with our Merlot, to not finish our pruning until after bud break. And the reason we did that was because the sampling that we had done shows some pretty extensive damage to primary and secondary buds. And those are the ones that carry fruit. And if you...
I had that. I got schooled by Sal D'Angelo yesterday afternoon about primary and secondary and tertiary.
So armed with that knowledge, knowing that we have a fairly high mortality rate on the samples we did, it just didn't make any sense for me to blindly prune and just hope that what we left was alive. So we waited. So we typically cane prune in our vineyard. We left the cordons and spurred them from last year, and then we left a few canes just to give ourselves options. And we waited until they started to push to see what was still alive. And we have an absolutely full canopy, but if you look deep inside of it, it's not pretty. It's going to be an absolute nightmare to prune next year because in some cases we've got multiple canes laid down on the same side. We were just trying to fill that sort of lineal footage of each vine, the space it takes in the trellis. We were just trying to fill that with live shoots. So it took a lot longer to prune, and there's a lot of reasons why it's not a good idea to prune that late. You're making cuts into live wood basically, so you're creating points of ingress for disease and bacteria. But I think that was outweighed by having a crop this year. So the Merlot's looking okay. Pinot Blanc, we didn't actually have a lot of damage when we were doing our sampling, so that one was one of the varietals I think that the Pinots in general I think did fairly well over the winter, and our Bacchus is doing okay, not great, but we'll still have a fairly decent crop there.
I think a lot of people are listening are like, "Cool, there's going to be some Bacchus."
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk rosé.
Okay.
Let's talk rosé because for people who started following you when you started, were accustomed to see Syrah.
Yes.
Syrah Rosé, we had a shift in the program from Syrah to Cabernet Franc. And I think now you are building that portfolio based on the Cabernet Franc that people get used to really, really enjoy. And we see the refinement through the years.
Yep.
And even from last year to this year, like you're getting a little bit more, I would say a little bit more elegant, a little bit more the purity of the fruit this year is absolutely incredible.
I think we're seeing that. I mean, that's a point that's not specific to my wine. Everything I'm tasting, whites and rosés from 2022, are just knocking my socks off. There is such a vibrancy to the wines from the last vintage. I think it's going to be one of the top vintages for whites and rosés. It's probably a bit early to peg that right now for reds. I'm really excited with what we're seeing in barrel right now, but you know, the whites and rosés that are hitting the market, they're across the board. They're amazing. There's a vibrancy to them. There's a purity. The expression is just aromatically over the top. The textures, it's the acidity. There's great acidity.
No, exactly,
Everything
right.
I'm tasting, I love it.
When you go to pick, when you go to the crush, when you get to bottling, what's your philosophy with rosé? Because it's like a football game or anything. You go in there with the game plan.
Yeah, it's
What's the backwards of game plan in terms of rosé?
so the philosophy is no different than all our wines. It's we don't do a lot to them. Rosé for us, it's a very purposeful wine. We harvest our Cab Franc for the rosé typically about 2 weeks before we pick for the Cab Franc we make into a red wine. We grow it a little bit differently. So for us, it's about you know, maintaining enough of that natural acidity. So we want to have a slightly heavier crop on the vine so that it doesn't ripen quite as quickly. We take a different approach for the reds. So for us, it's all about purpose. And we don't do a whole lot to it when it comes in. We don't use any sulfur on the fruit when the fruit comes in from the vineyard. It goes straight into the press. And we don't, I mean, there's a bit of color here. Cab Franc is a fairly, it's got,
Oh, you can see here, right? I mean,
Yeah,
there's a
there's
whole
quite a
spectrum,
range, yeah.
a whole spectrum here, from really, really light all the way to almost
Yeah.
a full red.
and I would say
style.
that oranger sort of salmon hue is a bit more characteristic of Cab Franc. We do whole cluster into the press, and I give it a really light squeeze and let it sit for about an hour and a half,
Okay.
2 hours. And then we start our press cycle, and we use the cycle that's designed for champagne style wine. So
Okay.
very, very gentle. There's not a lot of rotations of the press itself. And the pressure, it's a slow build in pressure. And the idea is to not get a ton of extraction from the skin. So if you think about champagne, if you're using Pinot Noir, Pinot Meunier, you don't want the color. You need all that juice, but you don't want the color. So they've designed those cycles to get the maximum amount of juice out there with as little damage, I guess, to the skins as possible. So that's the approach we use. So I guess all in all, I mean, from start to finish, we're looking at about 6 hours from the first time we squeeze them to the last bit that comes out. In some years, we only use free run press. We typically do that when there is a bit more color that's coming out. This was the whole press fraction. It ended up in a beautiful, beautiful place as far as color goes. And yeah, it's
Fantastic color.
now one thing we do in the cellar once the grapes are pressed is we do a process called cold stabulation.
Okay.
And it's a different mindset. Typically with a white wine or rosé, a very common approach would be to press it, put it into a tank and let it settle overnight or course of a day. And then you rack it off. All those, the chunks, the gross leaves will settle to the bottom of the tank. And then you rack off the clear juice into your tank, and then you start your fermentations on that nice clean wine. What stabulation is a process where you actually don't rack it off the gross leaves. Instead, you actually stir it a couple times a day, 2 or 3 times a day.
Does it create the texture?
Well, it does. It's a little bit about texture, but there's a lot of flavor and aroma precursors in those gross leaves that if you rack it off of that, the potential for that is gone forever. So the idea here is you're going to build a little bit more complexity, a little bit more aromatic expression. It's a tricky process too because you have to keep the wine cold, otherwise it will start to ferment on its own.
That's what I want.
We use a bioprotectant. It's a yeast. It's a type of yeast that won't do alcoholic fermentation, and so that kind of protects the juice while it's in that process. We keep it as cold as we can, usually about 2, 3, 4 degrees, and then a couple times a day we'll stir it for a week, and then we let it settle. Then we rack it off and start the fermentation process. Then, so we're just trying to build. Back to your point about rosés not being simple wines, they're definitely not, and they're capable of depth and complexity and all sorts of different types of expressions aromatically, and you just need to show that attention in the cellar to bring the best out.
Precision, right? Precision in the vineyard, precision in the crush path, precision in the bottle.
Yep.
I think that's yeah. In terms of oak, what's your philosophy? Are you a guy who say never going to put my rosé in barrel? Because I know for my dad, you don't do it now, but
I do most of my whites. Well, with the exception of Bacchus and Secret Society, I do a lot of our whites fermented and aged in barrel. Not because I want flavor, but I want that texture. I want that body, and I want all the benefits. So I am actually going to carve out a little bit of Omerta for a trial and barrel this harvest. Yeah. Heard it here first.
You guys have heard that? Come on. I want to see that comment box starting to blow off. Let's go.
Well, it's good. We're starting to get a decent stable of neutral white barrels. They're kind of hard to come by here if you want to just go and buy an old white barrel. So, for the number of years we've been making white wines in oak, those are now neutral. And so we actually have
your Sauvignon Blanc, your Pinot Blanc, Semillon, all of
Semillon. So right now we're making Pinot Gris, Pinot Blanc, Sauvignon Blanc, and Chardonnay all in barrel.
Yes, you all heard. Yes, Chardonnay. Taste it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's mean okay. So we're talking about one barrel.
Well, probably we'll start small. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
we may not have a lot of grapes this year. We purchased the Cab Franc from a grower we work with down south, so we likely won't have quite as much fruit as we would normally have access to, which is kind of just how this season's going to be.
I want to know, you taste different wines from all over the country, just to see what other people do. In terms of rosé, when you taste other people's wine, is there any who stands out to you?
Oh, there's lots. I mean, we're kind of one flight behind you. as your bottles come off your table, they come to ours, and so we're working through them all. And it's, for me, I've been drinking rosé as a consumer, and I'm not talking about myself as a winemaker, but as a consumer, I've been into rosés for 2 decades, long before it was cool for guys to sit there.
Yeah, exactly. When it was weird to look at the guy with the glass of rosé.
Yeah. But for me, if I could only drink one category of wine for the rest of my life, it would definitely be rosé. The versatility of it, and what you have on the table right there is testament to that statement. Sparkling, still, sweet, dry, everything in between. Fuller body, darker, deeper, richer. The light, simple, fresh. Like there's just so much variability, and it's so versatile with food.
There's like around 40 rosés on that table. I didn't taste a whole lot of not good wine.
No,
I mean, these are all from decent to fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a whole lot of duds in there.
And I think part of the success of that category from a consumer's perspective is the diversity, right? There's so many different expressions, all high quality wines. If you like something a little bit sweeter, there's something for you. Like something a little bit dry, a little bit more bitter, like it's there for you. It's just a matter of finding them and trying those wines and experimenting.
And in terms of my background as a food and beverage in restaurant and hotel, this is my best friend today. But I used to do these 12-course dinner. I can slide a rosé at every single course. There's so much that you can do with rosé. So hey, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Cheers,
Thank you. Rob Emersley from Black Market Wine Company in Caledon, British Columbia. Right. What do you think, Mira?
Almost empty. It's a good thing I got
I wanted him to tell me a name who is his favorite, but no, I couldn't get there yet so far. But you know what? The evening is pretty young, so it's early. So I'm gonna get some names out of him, and yeah.
What you guys need to realize here is that we now have 40 plus bottles open. By the end of this evening, we'll have 60 bottles of rosé open here. So we will actually be retasting all of them. The benefits of having a guy who doesn't actually drink, this guy here, he spits. So he will remember every single one of those 60, and then we will retaste them, and he will remember them again.
I sure do. I sure do. So we have a pretty solid flight right here. I have 5 wine, Black Market, Omerta. I have Esther Creek. I have Priest Creek. I have Bella Terra from Niagara-on-the-Lake, and I have 7 Direction, the Fruitville Ridge vineyard, single vineyard Cabernet Franc. Listen, I mean, the Black Market and the 7 Direction are the cream of the crop of that flight. No questions asked. When you look at Esther Creek, something pretty interesting, because we talk about diversity, we talk about different style of wine drinkers, different style of rosé drinker. I mean, look at that. This is there's some Gamay out there lighter than that. I mean, this is a full body, almost red. This is Beaujolais Nouveau color. So I'm almost surprised that it's in the rosé category, but it's good. I enjoy that. I mean, it's not sweet. It's well balanced. The alcohol is well managed, and it's well priced. So to me, this is the quintessential 89 points. I mean, it's a crowd play. Maybe what, 88 plus? Okay, I will do 88 plus. Okay, because Hester.
I mean, the beauty is it's $20, right?
Yeah, but it's at how much?
20.
Well, at 20, this is 89. I mean, there's value there. The wine is well made. There's no flaws. It's there's that style. So yeah, I'd go with that. The Priest Creek. This is the estate vineyard that they have in West Kelowna, East Kelowna. I mean, this is well made. It's a bit expensive at $28 plus tax, but
yeah, 28. Yeah.
There's a richness. It's a full body. That's another 89 point, I would say. Priest, 89. The Bellaterra. The Bellaterra just been bottled. I mean, in terms of value, this wine is just so solid.
I was gonna say this is $20 including tax, right?
Including tax, so that it's an $18 wine.
So it's an 1850 BC wine. Yeah.
That's another 89 plus here.
Oh, we just found the hamster, by the way. The hamster's been missing all day. You come here, come here.
Search.
Right? Yeah, we can call off the search. Perfect. You found the hamster. Jeez.
So you're a hero.
Open the door. Who found it? Who found him?
Found him. Jacob.
Jacob found it. There you go. This darn guy got lost at what, 10:30 this morning. Jeez.
Thanks, Jacob. So he was where? Near the table?
No, I'm telling you, you went to sleep somewhere. They woke him up. Anyway.
Oh. He was behind the water dispenser. Brownie. You had a heck of an adventure. Go to bed.
So yeah, and now and 7 Direction. I mean, this is 7 Direction, and to taste 7 Direction, Fruitville Ridge side by side with Black Market. I mean, this is great. These two of the cream of the crop of that flight. I mean, clean, different style though, but different. Oh, Rob is like, hey. No, I mean,
I've had this before. I love it.
These two wines are really close to each other in terms of precision, in terms of purity of Cabernet Franc grade, clean. So these are like the 91 plus 92. These are right in like Black Market. from the very beginning of the season, I said it was one of my favorite of the vintage, and I stick with my gun that I believe, and I really enjoy how pure the flavors are. So I'm at 91 plus, same for the two, 91, 92 for Fruitville Ridge. So
Great. So out of the Cab Francs, you still have the plot, which I'm excited because we've never tasted plot.
yeah,
rosé.
plot is coming. I forgot one blend.
Ah,
I forgot one blend
which one was that?
that I'm gonna taste right now.
Okay.
I forgot about the Tinhorn Creek Reserve.
Oh, wow. Yeah. 67 Syrah, 20 Cab Franc, 13 Merlot. $25 plus tax.
Oh, I like the nose. Yeah, like that. Really,
And I like this Vicky. She just gets back from a Jays game and she's tasting a Lakeside 2022 Rosé. That's the same.
fruity, really fruity on the nose. I like it. It's cherry. It's raspberry. There's a little spark of maybe orange blossom on that. I like that. Mm. It's full body. It's round. It's a big boy. But you know what? I've never been a fan of Tinhorn Rosé. I think it's too much. Sometimes I remember 2 vintages ago, there's a big hole in the mid palate. This is the best Tinhorn Rosé that I've tasted. This is the best Tinhorn Rosé that I've tasted.
Awesome.
How much is that, Mira? How much is that? Tinhorn Reserve Rosé.
Tax, 25 plus tax. According to our spreadsheet, which is not their website, but when we checked, it was 25 plus tax. So 25 plus tax is a really good price point.
This is a solid 90 plus. Solid. There's a good finish. There's a spicy finish. This is closer to a 91. Best Tinhorn Rosé that I've tasted. No doubt about that. No, it's not sweet. No, it's dry. Okay, so let's move on to the next flight. I'm seeing the bottom of my cooler. Jeez.
Wow. This means that we've got only, what, like 15, 20 to go?
Only 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, maybe just a dozen to go.
You know, and pretty soon here, we have Daniel Bontrin himself stopping by.
Is Daniel here, you said?
No, but pretty soon he will be, I think. I think they're on their way. So they just opened their tasting room, the Bottega Wine Studio and 7 Directions in the Similkameen, and they're driving over right after their tasting room closed. So can't wait.
That is fantastic.
Vicky has some nice intel for us here. She's saying Tinhorn went from Cab Franc to Syrah for their Rosé last year.
Say that again?
Tinhorn went from Cab Franc to Syrah last year. What the one we have is a Cab Franc.
No, Syrah, mostly Syrah. 67% Syrah, I believe.
Oh, the Tinhorn.
Yep.
The blend. That was the blend that we missed. Yeah, we're not on the Cab Francs for the Tinhorn. That was the blend that you...
we had the reserve. This is the reserve.
Okay. Yes, the Tinhorn. It's the Syrah.
You know, that's funny. We have 4 Ontario here side by side. That's cool. Okay, so here I need a different sheet. I'm going to have fun to reread myself tomorrow. So here we have 13 Street. So this is the Expression. So a much more affordable. I put out an old Pondview Rosé from their 2020 vintage. I have a game changer. So it's the affordable brand of Vineland Estate. And it's kind of funny because Vineland are usually very affordable anyway. And the game changer is their $15 wine. So I'm intrigued to see what a $15 wine gives me.
Yes.
I have a Cave Spring Estate. So Beamsville Bench, Fruits 2021 vintage. The game changer is 2021 as well. And I have a plot wine. You know what? I'm going to wait for the plot. I'm going to do the tank sample here because I love doing that. I love doing that. Okay? Brian Schmidt at Violent Estate and Al Dupree sent me tank sample for their 100% Cab Franc 2022 vintage. So here you go. I love doing tank sample without label. I absolutely love that. Cave Spring and Game Changer. So I have 5 Ontario Cab Franc here sitting right in front of me. We had a really good representation of BC rosé for this year. I promise that next year I'm gonna have we're gonna get into it much earlier. I have 2027 Cellar, who's on the way. They were bottling last week, so we didn't make it on time. I have Carlo Estate from Prince Edward County, who seems like the box got lost somehow, somewhere. Haven't received it yet. We have a few other from Ontario, and we already tasted the Ice Cellar barrel-aged rosé. We've tasted the Clausen Chase. We've tasted
this is something that we wanted to mention, Sue Ann staff. So we've tasted a lot of rosés already this year that will be part of the report that will be written. And so there will be a written version in the next week published.
A blog post?
And a blog post, yes. And but this is the live version. So what we strive to do is to really connect and be transparent. Sometimes you see these reports out there and you wonder what the heck went into how they did it and who was tasting. So you're seeing the bulk of this report live. No.
I got a cork bottle.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Out of 60, I was expecting 1 or 2, although there's not very many with corks.
I know. Yeah, I know. I got a cork bottle.
Oh, darn it. So, yeah, that happens. Nothing to do with the wine or the winery. It just happens. That's too bad.
So, the tank sample is freaking fantastic. I love that Vineland Rosé tank sample. It's a little snappy, full cherry, full ripe fruit, but not heavy. It's light, it's fun, it's fluffy, it's pure. I love that. Brian Schmidt, I love it. Side by side with the Game Changer, $15, crowd pleaser. I mean, a little sweeter, but nothing wrong. For $15, no problem. Yes, please.
Yes.
No, the 2020 Palm View. I kept that one because 2020 was such a like they call it the vintage of the century, right? So I wanted to see how the rosé will hold up from that, because sometimes with big warm vintage you can have maybe a little less acidity. So I want to see how rosé, who's based on acid, will fare on one of these vintage. So let's taste it. The fruit is all on orange. More orange marmalade. It's good. I like it. And there's a spice at the end also that I really like. So, yeah. Oops, my hand. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, you know what? Nothing's wrong with that Palm View 2020. And when people say, oh, every year you lose 25 to 30% of the quality of your rosé, well, you know what? I call bullshit on that. Like, no, with that 2020, I have not lost 60% of that Cap Franc rosé. Absolutely not. And it was a $15, right? So yeah, no, I like that. Well done, Fred DiProfrio, Marcel Morgenstern, 2020 Pound View Cap Franc, still enjoyable a lot. So that's pretty cool. I love that. Yeah, it smells warm. It's funny, right? It's a.
That's how you know it was a warm vintage.
I know, but like it smells like warm orange. Like I don't know if that makes sense. Like a little bit more like marmalade.
No, I know exactly what you mean because I get that, like a warm summer evening in an orchard or something like that.
So yeah, and there's that little snappy at the end. Like I like that.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's the fear, right? That's the fear when you get a warmer vintage that your rosé is not going to be snappy enough. It's going to be a little bit more flabby, but
so the expression, the 13th Street expression. Let's see how much it is, because if it's under $17 or $18,
right? So 16 including tax.
Oh, that's what I mean, right? I was about to put 88 points, but at that price, it's 89 points, $16 including tax. There's nothing wrong with that. Now at this point, the Pound View 2020, it's 89 points. The Game Changer, I would say 88 points. That this is a $15, but like nothing special. That Cave Spring 2022 tank sample, not the Cave Spring. The Cave Spring unfortunately was corked. So the tank sample for the Vineland Cap Franc Rosé. Now we're talking about something pretty darn interesting, and we're talking something $21.
Well, the Vineland Classic Rosé, is it the same thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In our spreadsheet, it's $17 for the last vintage. Obviously, this one is not even labeled yet. It hasn't been released. But 17 including tax was the last vintage. So I imagine maybe it'll be
that's a 90 plus.
That's awesome.
It's really good. It's really good. Tutti frutti, but you know what? Really, really good. So let's move on to the next flight. How's my cork bottle, guys? Little quirky. Is there any meat left?
What say we can bring?
Huh? Let's do the Stoneboat. The Stoneboat, the Black Hills. And 1775. Yeah. Bring some wine to the neighbors, right?
Got to.
There you go. So now let's move on to the next flight of 5. I mean, hey, guess what? I have 6 wine left.
No.
Did you do the Merlots?
Oh no, I heard there's more in the fridge.
Yeah, did you do the Merlots? Did you do the Syrahs? And did you do the other?
This is the Merlot.
There's 7 more in the fridge.
One more Cap Franc
I
here.
found it in the fridge. They put it in the freezer. They were waiting for.
Okay. That's
Oh,
right
yes.
here. Rob, this is near you in Caledon.
Yeah.
So it's called Plot Wine. They're a virtual winery. They do wine. I've never tried anything from them, so I can't talk for but what I had a conversation with them. They said they do wine with very, very minimal intervention. So, and they brought themselves to do natural wine. Yeah, apparently they have a really good market out in Quebec already. So, as I was expected, the nose is a little funky. Not bad though.
After you
No,
get that
funky,
with the
funky
bar-
natural, right? I mean, yeah, a little orangey, a little flowery. I like that.
something a little different.
It's good. That's a good length. I like the spice on the finish. That's a nice spice on the finish. There's a little herbaceousness. I wouldn't mind an extra burst of acidity, but this is a solid wine. I mean, 25, 26, I'm not sure about the price, but if it's
28.
not too much, 28, yeah, I mean, I like the spice on the finish, though. There's something different in there. Well, that's what. Yeah, exactly right. Because I was thinking a little bit of fun. There was some funkiness on the nose, and Rob to agree with me on that. But the finish, it's spicy and clean, like really like clean finish. So I mean,
It's interesting. You know,
yeah, it is.
their vineyards are in OK Falls, right next to Synchromesh and
The
Mira.
vineyard where they bought the Capron fruit, because their home vineyard is in Toledo.
Oh, it's different. Okay, okay. So I'm not totally sure where that vineyard is, but that's great. So are we
You know where you go when you go to Skaha?
Yeah.
You keep going, you pass the Linden Garden, you go down the hill, and it's right there.
Oh, Daniel's here. Hey. Great to see
Do you want to go? While I'm opening the last the next flight, do you want to go say hi to him at the door?
Oh, no, I think he's only going to be virtual. He's
Huh?
saying, sorry, I can't be there in person.
Oh,
That's
he's not. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine.
Hi. He says hi.
Hey, Danielle, how's it going? Right. Yeah. Lots of rosés, my man. Lots of rosés. I'm gonna open the next flight.
Danielle, I'm going to email you the link if you want to come on the video for a few minutes. I don't know what your status is. I know that they were just closing up and at the tasting room, and we're hoping to head down here, but that might have not been possible. I know it was quite a busy day at the tasting rooms. Michelle at Black Market was going to also come down after the tasting room closed, and I think is in the same situation, might be staying late with some wine lovers in person, which is great. So
I have two vintages of intersection from Oliver on the Golden Mile. So two Merlot, one from the 2020 vintage and one from the 2022. So I'm interested to see the progression of these. See how the 2020 hold up. Like, it's always interesting to see. So we'll do that. Here I have 2022 Desert Hills, where it's 95% Merlot with a splash of Gamay. We have the Valley Common, the 2021, the previous one, who was a Merlot. So we just tasted the 2022 Valley Common, who's the Gamay. 2021 was Merlot. We also had the Sparkling from Valley Common, who's really, really, really good. So I'm excited for what Valley Common is doing right now. And we have a white Merlot from our friend Mark Simpson at Mythology Vineyard. So I don't know, for people who knows the Okanagan, for people who knows Oliver Osoyoos, we know all the way at the end in Osoyoos, there is a classic winery that's been there for a long time. It was called Sonora Desert. So Mark and a partner, Teresa Santini, bought Sonora Desert, and Mark, with his brand at Siren's Call, transformed the Sonora Desert into Mythology Vineyard. So a totally new project where Mark also makes vodka. The first vodka made with grapes. He has a beautiful Merlot vineyard, also some Tempranillo on his land and all that. So Mark is now the owner, because we know Mark here at Carl's Wine Club for Siren's Call. But for some very, very unfortunate circumstances, Mark has now changed the name for Siren's Call to Mythology Vineyard. So this is his first Mythology Vineyard white Merlot, and well, I can't wait to give it a try. 2022 vintage. So
Yeah, and that's right, Clay. I don't know if you were down there tasting the vine vodka that's in progress. I'm not sure what stage it's at, but it is exciting. I'm so curious to see what that will be like.
Merlot is such a special beast when it comes to
Rosé.
rosé.
We noticed that in our first time tasting so many rosé side by side. The Merlot always sticks out. Very different.
Yeah, very different. It's more like stewed strawberry in terms of flavor. The plum, to me, it's the stewed strawberry really comes out. Often the herbaceousness turns out a little bit more like spaghetti sauce, if it makes sense. So a little meatiness, that's what I mean, like a meatiness, tomato leaves. So that's how the Merlot. So here it says white Merlot. This is really good, though.
So I have chain.
This is really good. Oh, I like that.
I know in our first marathon we did a couple years ago with rosé, the Merlots happened to be the least highest rated. But in that marathon, we only had like 2 or 3 Merlots. So it's nice to see a little bit more in this one.
Oh, you know what? Like there's a burst of, there's still that's ripe strawberry. Maybe not as stewed that I was expected, but there's a burst of tropical in there, like peach, like a white peach juice come up. There's also that cherry, that more ripe fruit. But yeah, no, it's not as heavy that I was expecting. There's a brightness in there. Not too heavy on alcohol. Yeah, no. According to the label, there's high alcohol, but it doesn't really show that much on the palate. So, okay, so Valley Common Merlot here. That's okay. Desert Hill has a little funky nose.
So this one is a little interesting because it's 95 Merlot 5 Gamay. So you'll find that one might be a little different. And same with the upper bench. Upper bench is 75 Merlot 25 Gamay.
The Desert Hill is 95.
95. Yeah, 95 for Desert Hills and 5% Gamay.
Okay, so that 2020 rosé, the 2020 intersection smell tired.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this one you're doing a vertical, right? So you're checking to see what's the 2020 like versus the 2022, right?
Yeah, no, that's not. We won't talk about it.
Yeah, it's getting a little over the
This one we won't talk about.
the rosé mark.
Yeah.
These
the 2020,
rosés,
the 2022 smell that I like the aromas. It's fragrant. That's that raspberry, strawberry, like stewed, but like not the wrong way. Like I meant like maybe a little crack of black pepper in there. But this is the quintessential of Saignée. Like when we talk about Saignée of Merlot, that bleed tank, that bleed barrel, that's really what it is. To me, I feel like now it's a light Merlot, a cold light Merlot. So I guess, I mean, like, there's a market for that. I would say there's some people who go after it. This is not my jam. But I kind of enjoy the finish in the sense that there's a little crunchiness, a little bite at the end. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's different. It's certainly different. And
It's different.
I think all of the, no, so direct
I would say of this flight, by far, the white rosé, the white Merlot from Mark Simpson from Mythology is by far the best one.
Exciting. And so you've got all the
I'd
Merlot.
say a solid 89. I'm exactly with you, Clay. I'm at 89 plus. Close to a 90 points. I like that. I mean, 89 plus. It's a 89 plus is a fair score here.
Great. Have you had the upper bench one yet?
Yep, I did taste it earlier.
Earlier. Okay, great.
Yeah.
And so we've got Syrah, and then the showstopper that I've been dying to taste, which is the multiple Chano.
Yeah.
Shadow.
So intersection 20, 22, the Desert Hill 88. We'll go with 88 for the Desert Hills. Same thing with the 21 Valley Common 88. Mythology, we'll go with a 89 plus. That's a solid wine. I like it. That I can definitely crack a bottle on my own, sipping on that, watching the lake.
Watching the lake.
But one thing was really good with that. It's the piece of the brisket.
That brisket is excellent. Thanks to our neighbors for
so we have the last of some of the most interesting wines are just coming in. Jan, thank you so much.
So Syrahs and then the other category. Is that what we want to
exactly. The Dolcetto, the Montepulciano, the Syrah. I think I have 6 wines left.
Yay.
How freaking cool is that?
That's exciting.
Okay. Here. Okay. This. Now. All twist cap. Perfect. So we got the Zweigel from Roche. That I'm really excited. I can't wait to taste that. So Zweigel from Roche. Oh, beautiful color. Look, looks similar like the 13th Street Vin Gris. I have the code. And Shay told me that this one might be a little tight. So yeah.
Because they recently bottled it, or what do you mean?
Yeah, really recently. It's a Syrah, and he said, yeah, that this one to expect a little tightness in there. So we have Red Rooster Malbec. We have
Don't show the label.
I can't show the label. Yeah. This is D'Angelo Montepulciano. Look at that light color here. Holy moly.
So no one's ever formally tasted this. It's not
No.
supposed to have left the winery because it has not been VQA'd yet.
The label is not ready, so I'm not sure about what's the VQA thing or whatever, but yeah. So the thing with Montepulciano, no one else in the country, from Vancouver Island to Nova Scotia, no one has Montepulciano planted, but Sal D'Angelo, right on the side of the Naramata bench, right overlooking the bench, the last block by the lake. Mira, you have some pictures of the vineyard. So Sal is the only one to have a block of Montepulciano planted. And this is the first ever 100% Montepulciano rosé, and the red of Montepulciano is actually in barrel sitting at the winery. So I am pretty done. I'm keeping that one for the very last, okay? So let's start with the 2021 Red Rooster Malbec. This is from the vineyard right behind the winery. I like the nose. The nose is a real crowd pleaser, beautiful color. I liked that wine last year, and it's funny because Red Rooster is one of the wineries who hasn't bottled their 2022 just yet. So yeah, so this is the one from last year. I enjoyed it last year, and it's still this wine still fresh. This wine still good. I like that. It was a crowd pleaser last year. It's still a crowd pleaser this year. Well done, Red Rooster. It's a 90.89 plus rosé. Now I want to go with the Roche. You know why? I'm really excited about the Roche because, and shame on me, I have never tasted anything from Roche.
Maybe one or two.
Shame on me. I know. I've never had to check. I don't know why. It's just this. Oh, the nose is
right
fantastic.
next to Upper Bench, where we go all the freaking time.
I know.
So.
Oh, it's on the way to Da Silva. We spent half of my life there, and it's right on the way there. Mm. 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 I like crunchy wine. I like when the finish snap, and this is what it is. It's zingy, it's zippy. This is a rosé with energy. This is laser focus. This is really good. Oh, I love that. So it's a Zweigel. So I eat a European varietal, really popular in Austria. There's not a ton of that here in the valley. So yeah. Woo. This is really good. It's one of my favorite.
Daniel's having trouble connecting, but I told him not to worry. We're going to hear a lot from him because
that's okay.
This month, we're going to be doing the historic rosé vertical with 12 vintages of his Pinot Noir rosé, and we will cover a lot about what he has in mind about rosé, which is very interesting. Probably one of the most passionate rosé winemakers in the country. So
I give 91 to Roche.
Yeah,
top tier, definitely. Like if I'll like on the top 10, definitely in the top 10. This wine is really good. I love that. Okay, let's go to Okanagan Falls. This is a rosé of Dolcetto, single vineyard, Shuttleworth Creek Vineyard. 2022. That's a funky nose, really funky.
These ones are unique.
I get smoky there, but but it's not a smoky year.
Maybe like what's different about Dolcetto? Like what can you expect different in a rosé?
Dolcetto, it's an everyday drinking type of Italian grape. It's a floral. It's pretty floral. It's lighter style. It's not too tannic. There's a natural acid in the Dolcetto. So a really good candidate for rosé. I can definitely see here. This is classic bleed method. I'm excited to taste. Like the nose really like not threw me off, but really surprised me. Couple whiff gets the yeah. There's that green pepper, like a little bit of Parisienne kind of a. But it's herbaceous. That's a lot of flower too.
It's interesting you gave the Roche 91, Decanter gave it 90.
See?
You're not too far off.
Okay. So Stag's always interesting. I don't mind at all. It gives me something very different that no other rosé gave me. Red fruit, strawberry, raspberry, a little bit of rhubarb right in the middle, but it's more of ripe red fruit with a stick of acid right in the middle. It's good. There's a light herbaceousness as well, like basil. Yeah, it's enjoyable. Enjoyable. What's the price on that? 27?
The Stag's Hollow 25.
So yeah, you know what? Like 89. I don't mind that. Like it gives me something different. So Stag's Hollow, Okanagan Falls, single vineyard Dolcetto. I don't mind that. Now, the heist. The heist from Moon Cursor. So we have Syrah here. And I think with a little splash of something else, maybe Malbec, maybe?
5% Malbec, yes.
It's not because I knew it's not because I smell it. Like, don't think that no. It would have been pretty cool if I got it, but I remember seeing it, so.
Malbec has
good nose.
that,
It's a great nose. I love that nose.
Malbec has that like fuchsia color to it. Does that kind of come through in the rosé at all, or is it? Malbec usually has that fuchsia kind of purpley pinky color. Is there anything special about that color?
No, Malbec will have the more. Yeah, no, not that purpley, really sparkly purpley. No, not in the Malbec. Oh, I love that wine though. Ooh, I love that.
That's great.
Moon Cursor. This is a 90 plus. I like that. The spice of the Syrah pops up, and because of that, like how like the Syrah is getting so rare, like and people keeps it for the red, right? Because it's really sought after. The price is getting so high, so we see less and less rosé of Syrah. By matter of fact, there's only two. There might be more than 90.
We have three. We have the Code Syrah Rosé. We have the Maverick, and the Heist today.
91. That's pretty good. Really good.
Awesome. They won gold at the All Canadians, I believe, for that rosé.
Really good. I can see that. This is the top tier for sure.
Excellent.
Yeah, 91 plus. I mean, this is really good. So Code.
Now, Code had a Syrah that we just fell off our chairs. It was so good. one of their first Syrahs. So we have big hopes in store for the Code Syrahs. So
It's
yeah,
definitely more restrained.
he was telling you this one is a little bit tight, right? Yeah.
Definitely more restrained. Definitely more with more energy, with more vibrancy than the Heist. I mean, I like the finish. It's tightly knit. It is, but I like that. I really like that. Cheese. Oh, that's right up there too. Oh, this is good. We have a heck of a lineup, a heck of a flight here. Cheese. Wow, he's doing it like both of his wines are freaking good.
Awesome. Hey, we're no longer in West Kelowna, but Shaw just sent me a message to apologize that all internet is down in West Kelowna, apparently. So thank goodness we're out here, because
Yeah.
we would have been cut off.
Yeah, 90 plus at least. I need to revisit the Heist and Code side by side. Okay, now it's time. We're tasting Sal D'Angelo first ever rosé of Montepulciano. Okay, it's live.
So exciting.
It's live. It's happening here.
Graham O'Rourke from Tightrope, he said, this is why the Naramata bench rules, because you can have someone growing Montepulciano on it. So let's see what this is all about.
And I don't have a clue what to expect. I don't have a freaking clue what to expect.
We've never tasted Canadian Montepulciano, right?
I know. So there's watermelon, okay? There's watermelon, blueberry. There's a little popsicle. You know, there's something like a popsicle. Yeah, that pink popsicle. Okay. It's savory.
Yes.
It's ripe raspberry. The color is fantastic. There's a grip. There's a tannin that I really enjoy. There's a minerality to it. There's some red apple. This is good.
That all sounds very, very positive, girl.
This is good. I mean, this is fantastic.
That is so exciting.
I love the nose. Yeah, I mean, none of the wine smells that. I mean, yeah, that's a little watermelon popsicle.
So right around when these pictures were taken at the vineyard with the Montepulciano vines, which I have to say, I've seen a lot of vines and these look slightly different. So I would never be able to say they're Montepulciano just by looking at them, but they do look like there's something different. So you got to speak with Sal a little bit. Did he give you any insights, like why the heck he chose to plant these vines and what?
Because he said that the bench can freaking grow everything. And he thought that Montepulciano really takes him back to his youth when he was young, when he grew up, and that's what he wanted. And he said, "I freaking can do it. No one can stop me."
That's awesome. See, that's the best kind of reason, right there.
There's a beautiful acid in there, nice acid, like bright acid. Like the color is fantastic. I like that. I mean, it's a 90 plus for sure.
That is so cool.
It's done.
Is it all done?
All done.
All right. So you tasted. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're done. Wow. Impressive, Carl Boucher. About what, 57, 58 rosés tasted?
I mean,
How's your palate doing? I mean,
fine.
that's the beauty of a rosé, guys, right there.
Well,
If it
wait a
had
minute.
57 Rieslings, you'd be.
Wait a minute. Okay. I'm going to get my other sheet.
Yeah.
I'll give you a brief top 10, okay, before we go.
Okay.
Where's my sheet?
Things can change, but it's good to see what his initial snapshot is. Did the wind take the sheet? Shit.
My wind. If the wind took my sheet, I'm fucked.
Oh no, we're gonna do it all again. It's all good. Oh, you're serious? It might have gone.
Right here.
It's a good thing we recorded everything, Carl. That's okay.
Good thing I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rob got me. Okay, you got it. Okay. So quickly here. 13 street, so 7 direction. Tractor.
Yeah, that's clearly in the top 10.
No, it's a first. Like it's a first. There's no wine as clean as that. There's none. There's
Yeah.
none. There's no wine with that minerality. There's no wine with that precision. There's none. None. Don't look for it. There's none.
It's a very special wine.
Um,
36 bucks, which is crazy.
13th Street. 13th Street. Vingry. Second.
Wow.
Um, um, yeah. Yeah. Mm-mm. Code Pinot is in there.
The Code Pinot Rosé.
The Code Pinot Rosé is in there.
Nice.
Black Market Rosé. At the bottom of the the Hillside.
Yes, that was very special, wasn't it?
Hillside. Definitely.
See, you have an easy time finding the first few, and then I'm telling you, it's going to be a bloodbath for the next few spots because
Or
there's so many good ones.
Barons, probably at the bottom as well.
Like in your top 10, you mean?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4,
That
5.
Domaine de Campré, especially with the price point. Holy cow.
4 Barons. I have 7. Oh, Leaning Post.
Yep.
Yeah.
Leaning Post for sure. Seven Direction. Franck. So Fruitville. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Da Silva. Okay. Now don't there might be also here 13 Cuvée. And Roche is really, really close. So 7 Direction. So listen to that here, okay? No doubt about it. The top. Whoa, shoot.
And there you have it, a cliffhanger. Yeah, Graham, you missed the top 10. Well, he was talking about how Seven Directions Pinot Noir Rosé from Daniel Bontarin stays in his number one spot. Like that is very hard to beat, the precision. And then he started going through some of the ones that would make it in the top 10. And then I don't know what he did, but he cut himself off. So any second now, I expect him to run up the stairs and come see us again or not. I don't know. Haha, right? Let's call him. Tell him, get up here. Leaving us like that. What the heck? It's been like 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
Hey,
But you can't leave us like that.
I know. I tried to get back at it. Hey, I tried to get back at it.
Come
Just give me one-
upstairs. Come upstairs.
That's what I was about to do.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Graham O'Rourke was telling us the craziest story, you guys, when he planted the Tractor and Vines vineyard here in Summerland. Yeah, and I think Daniel is very grateful for that, Graham. That's awesome. And I think you guys made some of your tightrope rosés from there at first. I'm not totally sure, but that was a really
Okay.
cool story. All right, here comes the
Okay.
man of the hour. When you were like, I'd say the top
jeez.
what, and then you cut off.
Yeah,
like a
yeah.
freaking-
I touched something, and you know me. So there's a few no-brainer here, and I think my top 5 is pretty clear cut. Seven Direction Tractor and Vines Pinot Noir, number 1. Number 2, 13th Street Vin Gris of Gamay 2022. That's number 2. Number 3, Hillside Below the Road blend of Merlot, Viognier, Merlot, Cap Saint-Franc, and Capsule. That's number 3. Number 4, Leaning Post blend of Gamay, Merlot, Gamay Pinot Noir, and Riesling. And number 5, that's where I'm not exactly sure where I'm going.
That's what I was telling you. I mean,
1,
after the
2,
top
3,
3, 4,
4.
5, you're like, there's so many good ones.
There's so many good ones.
Shit.
Code Pinot is really, really good. The Silva Rosé is fantastic. Between the Black Market and the Seven Direction Cap Franc, these two are fantastic, and the Fort Baron. So they're all pretty much like 91 plus.
And this, by top 10, you mean just going by your very initial scores?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now what I'm gonna do? So so top 5. Okay, top 4, no doubt. Seven Direction, 13th Street Vin Gris, Hillside Below the Road, Leaning Post are more top 4. From 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I can say Code, Da Silva, Black Market, Seven Direction, and Fort Barons. They're all in the same like cluster with very close Roche, 13th Street Cuvée. There's also Moon Cursor and Code Syrah that are very good right in that cluster as well.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah.
And I mean, this is what's crazy about wine, because everything else is within a hair.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Absolutely. Like no doubt about that.
and so much can like change that. Like
Yeah.
in 3 months and 6 months, these wines might all be in a slightly different place. You know, they've been in the bottle longer, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it might be a totally different top 10 in 6 months. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's some really, really, really high quality wine in there. Like amazing quality wines. Like I can't believe that people say like Gamay rosé cannot be scored more than 90 points. This is pure horse shit. I mean, I have the proof right there. There's so many high quality wine. I need to retaste the Montepulciano because I don't want to give a crazy score to the first time ever wine just because it's exciting. I really need to dig down, to dig deep inside to make sure that I understand that wine properly. But right out of the gate, I know that the Rose Weigel is fantastic. So there's a cluster of wine here that between 5 and 10, 5 and 12, that they're all like we're gonna reorganize the whole thing. But to me right now, 7 Direction is a no-brainer. 13th Street, Hillside, and Leaning Post, my top 4. So we're looking at 2 Ontario and 2 BC for the top 4. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Very interesting.
Can't wait for dinner.
Yes, there's dinner, and then there will be the full report with our conclusions with all the rosés we've tasted this year, right?
Yeah, including all of our features from the beginning of the year, all the rosés that we've tasted, all the rosé we've tasted in between. Where that means like the Maverick, that's mean the Lakeside. There's like Clausen Chase. There's multiple of that.
That were not tasted live, but you got the bulk of what we'll be putting in that report. Tasted live.
Yeah.
No,
and you know what? There's also like the
no
tightrope.
bars.
The tightrope has to be close to be that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
You were so impressed with that tightrope.
yeah, I know.
So yeah, we can't start like this is where I'm saying, you know, Carl was like, oh, we'll just put them all kind of in a rank. And I'm like, that's impossible. It's like ranking your children. So
At the end of the day, they're all gonna have a rating. So I really have to like dig deeper, and I have to retaste them for sure. So yeah.
Well done, Clay. Thank you for stopping by.
Thanks, Mike LaPlante.
Thank you to Mike LaPlante.
Thanks, Clay.
Thanks to
Thanks,
Rob Hammersley. Thanks for Daniel Vontrin for stopping by with us. And thank you to each of you that have been on this marathon. If you've been here since like the beginning or close to, you need to put in the comments because we need to all give you virtual high 10s. That is amazing. You are a true rosé lover and a Canadian wine lover. So lots of fun. Hope you enjoyed and got some ideas for the next case of rosé that you want to order.
Absolutely. So Danielle, you can come by tomorrow after your day. Come down and whenever tomorrow afternoon, whenever you're ready to go. The wines are going to be all there, and it's almost all screw caps. So
that's the beauty of screw caps, because I was about to say, shoot, we don't have 57 of those little like air
no screw cap
preserver things
and Vicky wanted to know about the black market, the Black Hills Estate rosé. It's a good rosé. It's middle of the pack, to my opinion. It didn't stand out as one of the top tier wine. Definitely not in the bottom tier either. So it's
and there's a complexity there. It's a really nice rosé.
Yeah, it's a nice rosé. I like it. Yeah.
That's what Vicky was asking about earlier. I don't know if she's still on though. And yes, I mean, anything else in terms of rosé? We have a historic vertical coming up with Daniel Bontrin and 18 members. It sold out before we told too many people about it. So sorry if you were hoping to come to that. But the good news is we will cover it. We will cover it in a blog post. We will cover it in video. And we will share the highlights of what it's like tasting 12
different vintages of single vineyards Pinot Noir rosé with the master, Daniel Bontrin. I can't wait for that. It's going to be absolutely epic. Here you go. 7 Direction from Kalala Vineyards to the Tractor and Vines, the history, the progression of that iconic wine. So, yeah.
And I mean, the vineyard is amazing, but what you'll see is this is interesting. It's the progression of the winemaker.
Absolutely.
First and foremost.
Absolutely. You just pinpoint. Absolutely. So the
Because-
progression of the precision of Daniel, of his style evolving throughout the years, and
And there's 2 vineyards involved, right? The Kalala and the Tractor. And in the middle where he switches, I do believe we have one of each
Yeah.
from that vintage.
yeah,
So
that's
it's
pretty
kind of cool to see the same winemaker, 2 vineyards, same vintage. See what that's going to be about.
cool. Okay, let's go taste some rosé. I need to strain that out.
Yeah, you need to figure this out, Carl.
I need to figure this out. My work. I just have like a little bits of my work done. So
Yeah, you need to go think for a while.
yeah, so
We'll
you guys,
help you with that.
you guys need to feed me. Okay, Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members, all of you guys across the country, thank you so very much for tuning in. We are greatly proud of you guys to stick with us all of that time. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Rosé all day, rosé every day. Cheers.
Thank you.